What up, y'all? Welcome to Chip and Zay here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. I am Zay Collier. Appreciate everybody for joining us on this Monday, gearing up for Texas versus Georgia. Excited for that. It's going to be a big-time game. A game that didn't seem like it'd be a big-time game a couple of weeks ago, but Texas is playing well, Georgia is playing well, and yeah, it's going to be one to remember. But again, appreciate y'all rocking with us here, TSU. If you haven't already, like, subscribe on YouTube, hit us up Facebook. We're on Twitch, we're on X, we're on Instagram. We're everywhere, man. Get us on the app. Follow everybody from TSU on X and Twitter and just all social media platforms. Help us help you, because we enjoy providing that good sports talk, that good Texas talk, whether it's football, basketball seasons underway, volleyball still getting cracking. Like, it's a good time for collegiate sports and all sports. So, yeah, man, Chip Brown, he said he'll be here by 2:05. In Chip language, that means about 2:10, 2:15. So I ain't tripping. Chip will get here when he gets here. We'll talk a little bit about what happened this weekend, college football standpoint. It was a crazy weekend. I mean, Oregon, I don't know how they escaped from them Hawkeyes, man. Dante Moore, when they had to have it, Dante Moore made maybe the throw of the year to put his team in field goal position. We saw what happened after that. Oregon squeaks by, so they're still in, top 10 right now. And then Indiana, Penn State, man, had Indiana on the ropes. And Fernando Mendoza, clutch time. I forgot that brother's name who made the catch in clutch time, but that was one of the most ridiculous catches you're going to see. And I don't know how Indiana escaped that one, but somehow they did. That's the beauty of college football. So, yeah, congrats to both of those teams, man. No real upsets, nothing like that. Texas A&M handled their business with Missouri, and it sucks seeing how good Texas A&M is. It does, man. They are good. Like Mario Craver, Casey Concepcion, Ruben Owens is a monster. Like, got guys like Le'Veon Moss. They're just a good football team. And, yeah, they want their get back. That Black Friday, I know they want their get back. Cassius Howell on the defensive side, they're scoring touchdowns on the defensive side. They're a problem. And, shout out to Troy coming in talking about Diego Pavia. Seems like it wasn't a fluke. Yeah, Diego Pavia. Auburn had them on the ropes. And old Diego with his fine-ass mama still getting it done. Keeping their playoff hopes alive. Because you just never know who could lose. And Vanderbilt, they might creep right back up to that top 10, put themselves in college football playoff contention. So, yeah, a lot going on, man. A lot going on. Texas Tech handling their business against BYU, Kalani Sitake in that group. They fought hard, but, again, another thing that pisses me off, Tech's out here just dominating. Like, that defense, man, those guys, they got some dogs over there. And they had my boy Bear. Bear was rattled. And I know somebody on the text line talking about we ain't trying to hear no A&M positivity talk. I'm right there with you. Like, I wish I didn't have to say that shit either. But I'm just calling a spade, you dig? Like, even though I hate it, I will respect good football. I'll respect any type of collegiate athlete doing their thing, any type of coach, any type of program. As much as I hate it, as petty as I am, y'all know Zay Collier petty as shit. I will admit that. Ain't too proud to admit that. I will also admit when a team is rolling, Texas Tech, they doing their thing, trying to get to Jerry World and get that Big 12 title. And them, they're doing their thing too. Now, what's the beauty on that is Texas could stop all that. They could stop all that. Texas wins out. Hey, we'll take it. No shit, we'll take it. So Texas, they got a lot of control, right now. They got everything in front of them. Old Kirby Smart, he scares the hell out of me, though. Still, Yeah. He'll always scare the hell out of me. That Kirby Smart, man. His petty ass, I can't believe him. Some nerve this Kirby Smart has with his visor wearing ass. This fool texted Sark before their game against Mississippi State, where they rolled by 20, and just let Sark know, hey, you watching this, right? Sark said they were talking about, I guess, the trip wherever you land in Mississippi before you make that drive from wherever the hell you land in Nowheresville, Mississippi to Starkville. I guess somehow Kirby made that into the conversation where he thought it was appropriate to text Steve Sarkisian. But, man, you're talking about a dude that was named after Michael Jordan. Like Isaiah Jordan Collier, MJ, one of my favorites. That's why he's hung over my head here. This is Michael Jordan type mind game stuff. You know what I mean? And bear with me now, because some of y'all be like, yo, Zay, how is that the same? MJ was always friends with like Barkley and was always friends with guys like Patrick Ewing, guys that he used to just kill, like just dominate the whole 90s. MJ was dominating Patrick Ewing and Charles Barkley and all his so-called best friends and stuff like that. This is that same type of mind game shit, in my opinion. I really do think it is. Like, this guy, he has an advantage on you. We saw last year twice. And it wasn't like those Georgia teams were the Georgia teams of the past where they were winning natties. Like, they still had those five-star players, and there's still Kirby Smart back there. But last year's Georgia team, they were undisciplined. They led the nation in drops, definitely led Power 4 in drops. So they had flaws. And then Carson Beck, you saw what happened there. They had flaws. I didn't think that Notre Dame team was that good that got to the national championship. And you saw that Notre Dame team beat the hell out of them in New Orleans in the Sugar Bowl. So for those two games to look the way they did, where Quinn Ewers was always on the ground, it seemed like Sark could just never build any momentum, really, even with all the turnovers in the first one. You got Jahdae Barron getting all those interceptions, and still Georgia controlled both of those games. I know the second one went into overtime. It was a different vibe, but Kirby Smart, he has something on Steve Sarkisian as of right now. So when I hear things about those guys are friends, it's cute. It's cute. You're allowed to have friends and still be competitive. Like, I used to hate when old heads said that about generations that I grew up watching because, again, it wasn't like Isaiah Thomas and Magic Johnson were kissing each other on the cheek before games. The hell we talking about? You can still be friends and want to rip somebody's throat out. I get that, but it just grinds my gears and rubs me the wrong way. Like, that petty Zay comes out when I hear Sark, which he said in his press conference today, Kirby Smart texting him before he's about to play another opponent. So you're telling me my man Kirby is so confident that they're just going to handle Mississippi State like they did, by the way, that he's letting Sark know, oh, hey, Steve, I know you're going to watch us today. If you didn't, that would make you a bad coach, right? So let me just see what you up to. What you got going on? Sark telling him how he worked out today. And, Sark was like, I'm getting ready to watch you guys, buddy. Good luck. And I'm sure Kirby Smart's like, hell yeah, you about to watch us. You about to watch us put it on Mississippi State, something that you guys didn't do a few weeks ago. There's my main man in the green room. Back on this Monday, my main guy, Chip Brown. What's up, man?
Hey, the immortal words of Judy Brown. Happiness is a choice. Zay, I was listening to you on my way back from player interviews, and it sounded like you were just throwing me under the bus.
How was I throwing you under the bus?
I mean, you made it sound like I was just going to be late.
You're always late. Not to be late. I understand you're handling your business, but you said ETA 2:05. I said in chip time, that means about 2:10.
Did you tell them I was coming from player interviews?
They know where you're coming from.
Okay. All right.
They know
Sounds
where
good.
you're coming from. Come on.
Okay. All right. I know how it is when I'm not around then. Just sharpen those knives, stab them right in my back. I'm used to this. I've been around for a while. No problems there. How about Texas? Now they get a chance to, they said that they were out on the road for a month, learned all kinds of stuff. Now they get to show how far they've come by going up against Georgia, the team that they were picked to finish 1-2 with in the SEC preseason by the media. So here we are. We've come almost full circle with 3 regular season games left. I don't think Texas fans would have predicted the journey, the way it's played out, but here we are. Texas still in control of its destiny. And I feel like Georgia, after their 41-21 win over Mississippi State, they ran for 300 yards. I feel like Georgia's peaking. I mean, I don't know what it is about Georgia in slow starts, but Texas, you better start fast, man, because it apparently takes Georgia a quarter to wake up. And they have trailed in 6 of their 7 SEC games after the first quarter, and they trailed Mississippi State 7-3 after the first quarter. And then they kicked it into gear, 21-0 in the second quarter, and it was off to the races. But, man, Gunnar Stockton's playing good football. And anyone who looks at him as anything other than elite is fooling themselves, because that dude takes care of the football. He makes plays when they have to be made. He's been kind of doing that all year. Did it against Tennessee. I mean, they had to score a touchdown and the 2-point conversion to get that game into overtime after Tennessee's kicker missed a 43-yarder that would have won the game in regulation. I mean, Stockton, he's got that gene, man. He's a warrior.
Yeah, there was one play in the Mississippi State game. I think it was the play of the game where Noah Thomas just got a simple check down for Gunnar Stockton, and he took it to the house, and that was basically it in that game. But on that play, Gunnar Stockton gets decleated, like cut from the legs. He does kind of a flip, right after he gets the ball out of his hands, and he just pops back up like it ain't nothing. And it's like, man, this dude. And then we talked about it last week. Think about the Andrew Makuba hit on him last year. And he just pops up like it ain't shit. Like, oh, yeah, I'm going to take these hits, but oh, well, it's a part of the game. Like, I'm from the state. I bleed this black and red. Let's go. And that's a big reason why Kirby Smart vouched for the dude and just let Carson Beck walk. He could have easily said, hey, boosters, NIL folks, let's keep Carson here and give him a little raise so we could really make a run here in 2025. Kirby didn't do that. In a way, he did the opposite and was like, yeah, this team revolves around Stockton more. I'm paraphrasing. He basically said this team backs up Gunnar Stockton more than they do Carson Beck. And it was right after the SEC championship game. And you're like, man, Gunnar Stockton, we haven't even seen him play. How can you say something like that? Kirby knew what he was doing. He was looking at the long game. He was looking at the following year. And he must saw in practice like, man, Gunnar Stockton probably pushed the hell out of Carson Beck where we didn't even know, because it was just such an easy transition. And the dude takes hit after hit. He runs the ball well. Like you said, Chip, he doesn't turn that thing over. And now Nate Frazier's back balling. He was struggling a little bit, so Chauncey Bowen stepped up. They got like 5 running backs that they could throw in at any time. The receivers are improved, and their defense clicked a lot better this past weekend, where we thought that tempo that Jeff Lebby likes to throw at you would be an issue. It was at times, but they got Blake Shapen out of that game, and they had to bring in the brother from on the bench, that 6'4", 220-something pound freshman quarterback that they like. So, yeah, this Georgia team, man, even though they might not be like those squads that won the Natties, they're still dangerous as hell. And like I was saying before you jumped on, right now, it's just something about Kirby Smart that he has over Steve Sarkisian, and that scares you a little bit. And again, I don't like that he was texting Sark. Like, they ain't talking about how friendly they are with each other. I heard Kirby Smart in his presser, me and Sark, we're good friends now. Sark in his presser, me and Kirby, that's somebody that I could consider a good friend. Oh, man, I ain't trying to hear that. I ain't trying to hear that. He's playing mind games with you, Steve. Be careful. And Sark might be trying to play it back, but it's insane for Kirby Smart to text Steve Sarkisian before he plays another game. That's insane. Do you not find that odd when Sark said that today? Like, why are you thinking about us? You should be thinking about Mississippi State. You're thinking about Sark? Sark's on your mind right now? You know how insane that is, man? You hear all these coaches say one game at a time and stuff. That's not one game at a time to me. Because in my opinion, and again, it's Kirby, he's going to come out and say, oh, that's just me and Sark's relationship, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, that is disrespectful to Levy. But that's what scares me even more, though. My man Woodcrest, this dude's like, yo, Steve, make sure you watch us today because we know you're going to watch. You got us next week. You have to watch as a part of the gig. Watch how we handle the team that y'all win the overtime with. Watch us. Watch it because, yeah, you're going to have something to look forward to when you gather your team around to crack the film down, because there's going to be a lot that you're going to have to deal with, and I just want to text you to let you know that. Petty, man. That's a petty move from Kirby Smart. Real petty. I'm with it. Well, I love it. A part of me loves it, but as a Texas fan, I do not like it.
He apparently was texting Sark about the drive from Tupelo, Mississippi, because I guess I don't know if Kirby Smart asked Sarkisian where they stayed as a team when they went to play Mississippi State. And so Georgia apparently ended up staying in the same place that Texas did. And he was texting Sark to say, man, it's still an hour drive from here to the stadium. And so that's apparently what Kirby was texting him about. It was, it wasn't like, you watching us, punk? You're going to be watching us? But yeah, I thought that was interesting.
You just think that's just a normal conversation. All right. Okay. If Sark has won games on Kirby, I wouldn't even said nothing. I wouldn't have brought this up. If Sark had dubs on Kirby Smart, I wouldn't have said nothing because it wouldn't have been nothing. It would have been irrelevant. Like, oh, these are the homies just chopping it up. That ain't the case, Lane. That ain't the case. Y'all think, oh, this is just Zay being petty. Oh, Zay, you're just getting the big-ass spoon out. Okay, fine. Y'all can say that. I'm good with that. That's cool. But I just told y'all before you jumped on, about how one of my favorite players of all time, Michael Jordan, used to do the same thing to everybody in the 90s. He would pretend, he would say he's best friends with Patrick Ewing and Charles Barkley, and then he would rip their hearts out that night. They would play 36 holes of golf, chop it up, have a great time, drink some yak, and then all of a sudden they play that night. Barkley's huffing and puffing down the court. Jordan's got 56. There are certain guys that are just corrupt. There's certain guys that we want everybody to be nice and sweet and stuff. That ain't the game, man. Kirby Smart's a killer. I've seen the players on his teams. You got to be a killer to coach that way. You got to be a killer to have some of them foods that he's had on his teams. Stop it. Stop it. I can't ride with that, Chip. Kirby knew what he was doing. He trying to get in Sark's head early. He trying to get his head. And they could be friends and stuff. That's fine. I'm not saying friendship is cool too. You know how we love love? We also love friendship too here on Chip and Zay. Do we have to start saying that too? Do we have to start saying we love friendship? We love friendships. It's a beautiful thing. I hope you guys have had y'all's friends for 30-some years. That's a beautiful thing. But, yo, it's about to be a war at Sanford Stadium on Saturday. Kirby knows that. Sark knows that. Like, hey, let's go. Kirby was making sure Sark knew, hey, we about to put on a show today in Starkville. Steve, check it out.
My man. My man. You gotta put you in Hollywood.
Yo, and it also would be different too.
Scripts.
I mean, you know, I'd kill in Hollywood. Don't even front about that. I'd kill in Hollywood, but I digress a little bit. It'd be different too if Georgia didn't handle their business against Mississippi State. It'd be different too if they didn't look the best that they have all year. It was like Kirby knew, oh man, the practices that we had this week were so hard,
okay.
Come on, man.
You're like doubling down on your conjuring.
I'm just paying respect to Kirby Smart.
Here's what I want to know. If Sarkisian has showed the film of all that double A gap pressure that was coming at Texas last year, so that Connor Robertson and Cole Hudson and DJ Campbell know what's coming, so that Arch Manning has a chance to show people how far he's come this season. Because here's what's crazy, right? Texas is preseason number 1. They're the overwhelming favorite by the media to win the SEC, 96 first place votes. Georgia was second with 44. Georgia was second in the poll. And then Texas falls off the map after the loss to Florida, left for dead out in the swamp in Florida, and have a couple of near-death experiences in Kentucky and Mississippi State with a good win over OU in that month of October. And Sark said today, hey, we came together, we matured as a team during that month away from home. Okay, well, guess what? You've learned, grown, won a game over Vanderbilt at home that was looking really good for 3 quarters. But hey, you get Michael Taft back. Michael Taft, he was one of the guys that I was asking about, you know, how far this team has come, because he had a bird's eye view of it. I mean, he was in it right up until the Kentucky game, and he went into some detail about the injury that he suffered. He thought it was a dislocation, happened early in the 4th quarter, just kept going. And then after the game, it's broken. But here they are. Texas, a 6.5-point dog. That's probably right where the Longhorns want to be. But they got to handle that pressure. They got to handle that pressure, because Ty Simpson in Alabama handled it. Good Lord, did they handle it. Alabama converted 11 of 17, 13 of 19 third downs. 13 of 19. First of all, that they had 19 third downs. That's a ton. But that they converted 13 of 19. Dominated time of possession, Alabama did. Dominated it. I mean, 35 minutes and 36 seconds to 24 minutes and 24 seconds. That was Alabama in Sanford Stadium, between the hedges. And Alabama ran it, not much, but enough, 38 for 117. That's kind of what Texas did against Vanderbilt. They've got to do that again. Like if we look at sack adjusted rush yards for Texas, they ran 27 times for 91 yards in the first meeting against Georgia and 28 times for 73 yards in the SEC championship game. Neither one of those are good. 27 for 91 is not bad, considering almost no one runs for 4 yards a carry against Georgia. 28 for 73 is terrible. That's 2.6. But when you throw in the sack yardage, Texas was sacked 7 times for 59 yards in game 1 and 6 times for 27 yards in game 2. That's where you get the 1.1 yard per carry average. So it's got to be better. And it's right there. Connor Robertson, Cole Hudson, you all can be heroes if you can show some semblance of ability to pick up that double A gap pressure, because everyone's like, oh, Georgia's not rushing the pass. Yeah, they are. They do it differently. They don't have Michael Williams and Jalen Walker and you know, Damon Wilson. They have CJ Allen and the other linebacker who is a beast.
What, Wilson?
Yeah, Wilson and Raylan Wilson and Quintavious Johnson. Those dudes are your sack leaders, and they usually get it in that double A gap pressure. So Kirby will send both of his linebackers through each of the A gaps. He'll send them both through the same A gap.
Yeah. He'll
drop guys out, and they play it to perfection. Yeah. You have to have hot receivers. You have to have, Arch is going to have to know exactly where his hot receivers are. Usually it's a running back. I mean, this should be a big receptions game for Quintravian Wisner in terms of checkdowns. And then he's got to make a guy miss, because Georgia has great length, speed. They come up. You can't let that guy get you down. You have to make that guy miss and then go get 5 yards and be happy. Move, next play. You cannot take negative plays. And that's where Alabama was so good. They did not have negative plays. They were not playing from behind. They weren't playing 2nd and 10. They weren't playing 2nd and 12, 15. They were playing 2nd and 6. And so I'm sure they know, but it's different. CJ Allen is a beast. That dude's he's a great football player. I mean, you look at him, you look at the Jacob Rodriguez kid at Tech, Anthony Hill. This is a statement game for Ant Hill, because Anthony Hill should have won the Buckus Award last year. Now he's in it with some dudes. I mean, that Jacob Rodriguez kid has 7 forced fumbles.
Oh, he was dominating my man Bear and them Mormons. That was a rough go for BYU. But yeah, last year, Quinn Ewers, especially after him dealing with the oblique injury, like he was very limited when it came to his mobility. So, when they got a hold of Quinn and got in that pocket, there wasn't much escaping there. And plus they did a good job of not allowing that to happen. Now you're dealing with someone who is mobile, who can keep plays alive and utilize his legs and be a problem that way. in Arch Manning. So I think it's going to be a little bit different of just having more opportunities to move the chains than it was down last year, even though Arch got a little taste of it. But at that point, just all the wheels were off when Arch Manning came into the game that first time around. So, yeah, finding some type of running game is going to be huge. And you did to a certain extent against Vanderbilt. Obviously, you look at Georgia and you say, okay, they're going to be better than Vanderbilt. But I think Contravian Wisener really benefited from this bye week also because he's been banged up all year. So now that he's as healthy as I think he's been all season long, and I think you could say that about CJ Baxter too, let's see with this new offensive line with Cole Hudson and Connor Robinson at that left guard and center spot. Let's see if that can make a difference because you're right, Shep, the communication's got to be key. Like when they rush those two backers down that same A gap, that's – if your communication ain't on point, then right when the ball snapped, you could have two Bulldogs right past your head. Like it's that fast, man. So Connor Robinson, DJ Campbell, Cole Hudson, those dudes, they got to be money. And it's going to take a lot because we saw Hayden Connor, DJ Campbell, and Jake Majors all struggle with those things last season. But again, now with Arch Manning be able to move some, I think Emmett Mosley the fifth coming along because you're going to have to get the ball out of your hands quick, which means you're going to have guys break guys down on the outside. Like these wide receivers, you're going to have the quick slants, these bubble screens, all that stuff. Everybody's going to have to break tackles, and everybody's going to have to make guys miss. Because Georgia, they're just not going to beat themselves. It's one of those mono type games. Who's going to win their matchup more? And that night, Alabama, they won their matchup more. You saw it on third downs where they got 13 of them things. So even though Georgia is playing its best football right now, Texas could get them in different ways. Because I saw Florida getting Georgia. And I know that's a rival game, and sometimes you got to throw stats out the window in a rival game, but you see Georgia struggle with some of these teams and the games that they won. Auburn game, that was an absolute dogfight for them. Ole Miss had them on the ropes for a while, so they could get God. It's just they don't die. They keep on fighting. They keep on battling. Their quarterback keeps on battling and gives everybody in that program confidence. And when you have that mentality, if you don't rip their hearts out, then they're going to end up with the dub at the end of the game. So this is one of those games for Texas where we haven't seen this year. They're going to need all four quarters.
Yeah, I mean, that's where this gets really interesting because the closest we've seen from Texas was the first three quarters of Vanderbilt, which was their last game played. And now they've had 2 weeks to get the bodies right, for Sarkisian to get into his bag and get after it. I've said this late last week that this game is as significant as Texas's trip to Alabama in 23, when Alabama was number 3 in the country or whatever they were. And that win got Texas into the college football playoff ahead of Georgia. This game is as important. Now, I get it. There's a chance, depending on what other schools do, and the ACC continue to fall apart over the weekend with Louisville and Virginia both losing, that Texas could conceivably lose close to Georgia, beat Arkansas, beat A&M, and still get in. And okay, that's a lot of ifs, buts, candies, and nuts. So handle your business. And everyone's like, Kirby's got Sark's number. They played twice. And Texas would have won the second meeting if Bert Auburn can hit a 42-yarder. So, perception is reality, though. And because they dominated on the line of scrimmage, Georgia, by limiting Texas to no running game, sacking the quarterback 13 times, the general college football public is like, oh, Georgia dominated Texas. And they did. But Texas was in that thing. Even despite Quinn throwing a couple of picks. Because Gunnar Stockton did throw a pick to Jahdae Barron. And if Jalen Gilbo maybe swings his head around, gets a block, maybe Jahdae takes that thing for a pick 6 and Texas wins the SEC championship. But bottom line is Texas has, in the college football public's mind, Texas has a Georgia problem. And until Texas beats them, that's only going to grow. That chatter is only going to grow.
Yeah.
So this is prime time opportunity.
Yeah, and the motivation's easy. I mean, again, in a game like this, you shouldn't have to motivate your players, but any extra bulletin board material for Georgia is very simple. You put Arch Manning up there and say, this guy chose them over us. Bam, just like that. This guy says their program is better than ours. Let's go prove him why he's wrong. So, yeah, Arch, man, I hope he's ready for it, because they can't wait to sack his ass. And they go try to get him down as much as possible. Now, 16, the way he's been playing lately, I feel good about him. I really do. I think he's going to come in and play his ass off, because his heart is there. It's just been about production. It's been about fundamentals, mechanics, just slowing the game down, going through all your progressions, just going out there and playing freely. He was thinking so much at the beginning. He's not there anymore. So in that sense, you feel great. Where Texas quarterback is, Arch Manning, you feel good that Arch can go in here and win you this game. But we all know it's more than just a quarterback winning games like this. So who else? Who else is going to step up? You know what I mean? Them losing Lucky, I don't know if Lucky's going to play on Saturday for Georgia. That's big. Yeah. I know they got a lot of tight ends out the yin-yang and Delp and Williams, but still, Lucky's good. He's been reliable for a long time, and they gave him a hospital ball. That was probably Gunnar Stockton's worst play this past Saturday. Straight hospital ball for Lawson Lucky. He got clobbered, and it'd be nuts to see him play in this game on Saturday with the way that he got his bell rung.
Well, he gets hit in the helmet, and then another player's knee goes into Lucky's helmet on his way down. He got the double bass drum shot, And the way Kirby was talking about him after the game was oh, he's fine. He wanted to go back in. The decision makers held him out. It's dude, that dude didn't get up for a few minutes. Make sure that dude's brain isn't pudding, Yeah, that was a big shot he took.
Was he the one that made the one-handed catch last year in the SEC championship, or was it Delp? Which one was it? They looked the same.
On that third quarter drive?
Yeah, the third quarter drive.
Yeah, that was Lucky.
I was Lucky. Yeah,
that was a big play.
That was a huge play.
That was a big play. That was their only touchdown drive of regulation. It was that third quarter. And I think it was a 2nd and 9 play, but it got him right down into the red zone. And those tight ends for Georgia are no joke.
They're so good.
I mean, Delp had a 29-yard catch on the drive where he catches the 8-yard touchdown. And then the 6'7", 255-pound freshman, Elias
Where'd that
Williams,
brother come from?
that dude goes airborne, pulls down a one-handed grab for 24 yards to the 4, sets up Chauncey Bowen's touchdown on the next play. Like, second quarter of Georgia-Mississippi State was a tight end clinic. And those dudes are tough because you got to worry about, Zachariah Branch, Dylan Bell, Noah Thomas, who's 6'5", the A&M transfer, who always comes up with a big catch. So, yeah, man. And look, Nate Frazier was in the doghouse. He fumbled earlier in the year.
He out of there.
Chauncey Bowens, but Frazier was awesome.
Yeah, he ain't
Saturday
no more.
They let him keep going with the hot hand. He had a 59-yard touchdown run.
Yeah. Yeah, they got about 5 backs. Like they just throw out there and say, "Hey, who's hot today?"
Who's that little white guy? Chance Jones or what? A 32?
Yeah, Cash Jones.
Cash Jones.
Cash Jones. Yeah,
that dude.
Yeah.
I'm like, who does that guy have pictures of? What's he doing out there?
Fake ass Cam Scatterboo. Yeah. Oh, shout out to my man, or it might be a gal, I don't know. Go Dogs, Dogs Nation. We got the Georgia fans coming in this week.
Oh, welcome, yeah, they know where to go.
Welcome, guys. We invite everybody. Doesn't matter if you're here for the hate watch, hate listen, Georgia fans, any type of SEC fans,
college know where to come.
Fans, sports fans. Appreciate you.
But
yeah, those tight ends, like, where do they find these guys? Like, I be seeing Darnell Washington for the Steelers, his big ass catching passes for Aaron Rodgers and stuff. And I remember he was backing up Brock Bowers a few years ago. Like, they do a really good job at evaluating tight ends and just finding guys that fits what Kirby likes to do and stuff. Oops.
Yeah.
And Mike Bobo's done a hell of a job too, because they were trying to get his ass out of there. You remember that?
Oh, yeah.
Remember we were talking about Mike Bobo. Is he the guy? We don't know. That's a lot. I heard that last few years. We don't know this Mike Bobo guy. We don't know if he has it. We don't know if he can coach on this level. All right. I don't hear those
Bobo. And now Bobo's kid is playing. Bobo's, and I think that guy, he's a bigger dude. What is he on the offensive line? Let me double check this. But yeah, this game is going to be, this game's going to be a lot.
Yeah, he's the center, isn't he?
Yeah.
Drew Bobo.
Yeah, I'm like, okay. You go, Drew Bobo. But he's apparently he had a hand injury, but it's not serious. That he suffered in the Mississippi State game.
Yeah, T. Cox, 2389. That's a good point. The way Ty Anthony Smith and Leon Galafal been playing, dealing with these tight ends, not looking good. This is why Bucky Taff and Jelani McDonald being available is huge.
Huge.
Like Bucky Taff.
Like if Bucky Taff was not playing in this game or questionable or whatever, I'd say Texas has no chance, because Gunnar Stockton is really good. I don't care what anyone says. Gunnar Stockton is really good. He deserves as much credit as some of these other quarterbacks that are getting love, because go back and watch what he did against Tennessee. Go back and watch what he did when he had to have it against Florida, against Auburn. This guy has not made mistakes. He is clutch. And I know Georgia doesn't have Michael Williams and Malachi Starks and, Jalen Walker, but that they got dudes, man. They got dudes. And they're playing in Sanford Stadium between the hedges. So yeah, man, we're gonna find out. Everyone, it seems like almost every position group has had issues for Texas this year, whether it's injuries, Arch struggling early, the running backs being injured, the offensive line, we know. Emmett Mosley wasn't around for the first part of the season. And then, defensively, defensive line's been pretty darn good all year. I mean, you're not number 2 in the nation in run defense, unless you're playing good up front, and Texas has been playing good up front. But this is what we thought the Texas defense would be: leading the nation in sacks and a top run defense. So getting Michael Taft back there to line everybody up. And I mean, they gave up 3 passing touchdowns through 7 games. They gave up 8 passing touchdowns the last 2 games. You don't think that Michael Taft is about as valuable as they come? Arch Manning called him the leader of the team today.
Damn.
The leader of the team. He's the leader of the team. Hell, he's out there doing the coin toss for overtime. Not even playing.
Not even playing, yeah. Cast up, doing the coin toss. Yeah. Yeah, he's earned everyone's respect for sure. So
yeah, he went out there for Kentucky, so they're like, hey, you won the toss, get back out there for Mississippi State.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I really don't know. Like, Oregon losing would have been huge this weekend. BYU could lose another before Big 12. That'd be big, but you got to beat Georgia or A&M, and then the team that you lose to, it better be close. You can't get drove. But
yeah. And Georgia's special teams, Peyton Goodring, dude is Peyton Woodring. He's 12 of 13, and he's hit 2 from 50 plus. His long is 53. Mason Shipley's long is 53. And their punter is that dude, Brett Thorson. He's still there. Thor.
Still there?
Still there. He and Bomeister almost have identical stats. Thorson's averaging 45.7 and Bomeister's averaging 45.4. Bomeister's had 13 downed inside the 20, 11 50 plus. Thorson's had 12 downed inside the 20, 8 50 plus. But Texas has Ryan Niblett, baby. And Georgia's like, hell yeah, we're gonna punt to him. We got dudes. So Niblett might get a chance to do some heroics. Niblett seems to be the best when he's on the road.
Yeah.
I mean, look,
Yeah,
Vanderbilt
Vanderbilt was scary, man. They kept doing that rugby punt.
Yeah.
They kept running around, make sure everybody got down there, and then the punter barely kicks it. What y'all scared of? Just punt to him. Maybe he'll muff it. Punt to him. See what happens.
Yeah. I mean, I'm so excited for this game. I can't stand it. I just hope that the flights are working. Sounds like, I don't know. Hopefully we end this ridiculous government shutdown and get back to business.
When you're leaving Friday?
Yeah.
What time?
At 5:20 a.m.
Oh yeah, you'll be fine.
Yeah, as long as,
That's early as hell.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'll be fine.
Yeah,
You flying to Atlanta, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna be a vegetable at the end of this weekend though, because I'm flying out 5:20 Friday morning and I'm flying back at 5:20 on Sunday morning. And I got to drive. How long is that drive from Athens to Atlanta?
That's like an hour. Ain't nothing crazy.
Hour and 20.
You got a heavy foot. That's like an hour.
Yeah. I'm always kind of amped up after the games anyway. But I don't sleep. I just end up going back and working because I'm afraid I'll sleep through something.
Yeah, and it's like fresh on your mind too. Like
Yeah.
what you just saw, and so I get
Just try
it.
and catch a nap later in the day.
Yeah.
But I'm super excited about this game because let's see. This is the one. This is the one before the season. Everyone thought, okay, these are the two best teams in the SEC. At times, Georgia has looked like the best team in the SEC, but at times they haven't. Texas has not looked like the best team in the SEC for pretty much 9 games. I mean, they had it going and they still got rewarded. I mean, they're back. The AP voters who don't matter anymore have Texas at number 10. So Texas back in the top 10 after their prodigal journey down the rankings following the loss to Florida.
Who popped out? Who?
It was, Virginia and Louisville.
Oh, yeah, Louisville. Yeah.
Yeah.
Not the way ACC. We only need one, y'all.
Can you believe that?
If no one wants ACC might not get anyone in.
Georgia Tech. I mean, it could be Georgia Tech and SMU playing in the ACC championship game. Now, SMU's got to keep winning. They went to Boston College and handled business. But, yeah, that's a crazy race. Like, who wants it? Who wants to win it? Because right now, you got 4 one-loss teams at the top. Oh, no, 5. Georgia Tech, Virginia, Pitt, SMU, and Duke all have 1 loss in conference play. With Virginia has 2 left. Georgia Tech has 3 games left. SMU has 2 games left. Pitt has 3. Duke has 3. I mean, it's going to be wild.
Does Game Day just hate Texas? I saw that they're not going to be in Athens. They're going to Pitt and whoever the hell Pitt's playing this week.
Notre Dame. What are we doing?
I mean, I don't know. I can't explain it.
Notre Dame drives me crazy.
Drives you crazy?
Yeah.
Oh, every time I see Marcus Freeman's fake ass hairline.
Oh no, here we go.
Out. No, Notre Dame. If Pitt can win this game, please, because the football guys were going crazy this weekend. What Indiana and Oregon went through just to get their dubs, like those teams weren't supposed to win. Indiana's not supposed to win that game. You serious?
How about that?
Like,
How about that? How about that catch? How about that catch by that Cooper kid? And then when he talked about it after the game, I thought he'd been hit in the head.
What you mean?
He was like, man, I thought I dropped one earlier. I was like, is he okay? But that catch,
woo! He could just be a country brother.
Oh yeah, that was a hell of a catch. Hell of a catch. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know how Dante Moore threw that pass on the sideline to put them in field goal position to win that game. That was a ridiculous throw. He wasn't even that good. Like Iowa, they had him locked up the whole game. Just Iowa, they allowed 300-something yards on the ground. So kind of hard to win games when you allow that much from the opposing team's running attack, but it was still a good game nonetheless. But yeah, Dante Moore, our man Drew Fabianich, he says that Dante Moore needs to come back for another year, and that's exactly what he meant because he did not look good. But why Dante Moore is getting a lot of hype from these draft guys and these scouts is because of that throw that he made at the end of the game down the sideline. That's elite first-round draft pick type throw. And those Ducks, Dan Lanning, they survived, which sucked for Texas, but what can you do? Texas wins out. It's fine anyway.
Yeah, so I see we're getting some questions in here. What time is the Texas-Arkansas game going to be? I don't think did they announce anything today?
Y'all know that's 2:30, 3 o'clock. That does not feel like a night game to me.
Yeah?
Yeah, it just doesn't.
Yeah, I guess they didn't announce anything.
CB said they did. What time is it, CB? 3 different times. I don't know what CB is talking about.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, they haven't clarified. It's either going to be 2:30 or it's going to be at 6 or 6:30. Yeah, I guess. Well, that looks like it's going to be a 6-day window. So we'll find out Sunday, late Sunday, when that, or early morning Sunday, late Saturday night, when that game is going to be played. By the way, Zay, we both went 4-2 in our picks. You had Texas Tech. You had A&M. And you had LSU. LSU did not cover against Bama. And then in the NFL, you had Indy, who did not cover by a half a point. You got screwed on that.
Yeah.
Because they don't kick the extra point in overtime.
Yeah.
Rams, they won. Detroit, they rolled. I had Iowa, who covered. Navy did not cover. Blake Horvath out. I didn't know that. Vandy covered barely.
What a game.
What a game.
That Diego, man.
Diego, keeping that dream alive. I had the Browns. They did not cover. The Jets won again. I had the Giants. They covered against Chicago, barely. Half a point.
Fire the coach. Brian Daboll. Brian Daboll. Out of there. See you later, Baldy. It's tough. He lost all that weight and everything.
I heard someone saying the Giants should go after Marcus Freeman.
For what?
Because he's a good coach. He connects with players. We'll see.
All right.
Yeah, and I had the Seahawks, and they covered. So, good week for us in the picks game.
We're getting better.
Getting better.
It was a rough go the first couple of months, but
okay. So someone's asking why. Oh, CB, Chris Bennett, world's greatest volunteer producer in the history of radio. Why did Daron Payne punch Amon-Ra St. Brown and get suspended, ejected? Someone said it was because he did a dance in celebration that Payne didn't like.
The Trump dance? He did the Trump dance, because Donnie was at the game yesterday, so he pointed at Donnie's suite and hit the old Trump dance. I thought that was cool. That was very catchy.
Yeah, did he get punched for that?
I don't know. You know Amon-Ra. Amon-Ra, he ain't, his name might be Saint Brown, but he ain't no saint. he ain't no saint, man.
He likes to celebrate the touchdowns.
He likes to celebrate. He likes to talk. He'll hit you.
He'll block.
He'll block. So if he's talking the whole game, which it wasn't a fun game for the Commanders, like they got their head stomped in pretty bad. When a team scores a 40 ball on you, you're getting your ass whooped, especially at home. And the president came to see you. Yeah, it's not a good look. So I'm sure emotions were high, and sometimes somebody has to get socked in the jaw just to, make it a party. Yeah, just to make it a party. And Amon-Ra was that dude, which he wasn't tripping. Amon-Ra didn't care. Now, one of the dudes said Amon-Ra threw a punch earlier in the game. It just no one saw it. So, he say, she said, the truth. We don't know.
Okay. Well, I know you can get to the bottom of it.
Who?
Anyone can get to the bottom of it. It's TMZ.
I will see what happens.
Per Zay Hilton. I know we'll have more reporting from our man TMZ.
Yeah, let's see what happens, man. You think Kirby Smart and Steve Sarkisian are going to FaceTime this week?
Who?
Kirby Smart and Steve Sarkisian are going to FaceTime for an hour. Sit in bed and talk while they kick each other's feet while talking.
Hey, Sarkisian can't control when Kirby's texted him.
You should have Kirby blocked all season, Sark.
I didn't get to hear Kirby's presser because I was at the Texas presser. Did you hear anything from that?
Yeah, he just talked about how they're friends. He didn't talk about how he texted them. He just
I thought that's where that came from.
What?
But I thought that's where the whole thing about the texting, I thought Kirby brought it up at his presser. But either way.
I don't think so. I think they're just talking about.
So Kirby looked and sounded all confident.
Yeah.
Well, it was interesting because Arch was so funny and engaging after the Vanderbilt game. And today he looked like he'd rather be anywhere else than at that press conference. But
I like that.
Yeah, he was, he's always a man of few words, but he looked like he was focused or something.
No, that's how it should be. After the game that you win, you celebrate. You got 24 hours. After the 24 hours, it's back to business. Like, now it's back to business. I feel him. Like, let's get back in that groove, man, because that's what worries me a little bit. The offense, who was hitting the stride those first 3 quarters against Vanderbilt, now that they've had that bye, what does that mean? Like, is Ryan Wingo coming back in the fold, him getting healthy? Let's see how that thumb looks, that first quarter of this Georgia game. But what's that mean for him? Can they get back to that groove that they had and keep building on that momentum? Travion Wisner being that much more healthy. Emmett Mosley looking that much more comfortable. DeAndre Moore getting in the mix. Continue to get Jack Indries and the rest of these tight ends in the mix. That's one thing I could look at and say that I wish it was better. Like, I thought the tight end position at this point would be better overall, especially from a pass catching standpoint, and it just hasn't. I know they're rotating a plethora amount of tight ends, and it's not just
they've had to keep him in for max protection through a lot of the O-line struggles, and it didn't even matter because the dam was breaking in the middle of the line. Like, that's what's sad, is that they were using a lot of max protection and the left guard didn't even know how to block down. So I think it's going to be better now, but we're talking about Georgia here. So, I'm like everyone else. I saw those 2 games last year. I saw those 13 sacks. I saw Arch get strip sacked, lead to a field goal right before halftime in October. And so let's see. Let's see. I mean, obviously, if you're like pointing to storylines that are going to define this game, number one is Texas's offensive line handling Kirby Smart's pressure, because he loves to bring that double A gap pressure early in the game. See how you handle it. And if you don't handle it, he's going to keep bringing it. And that's what he did at both those games last year. He's like, again.
Yeah. Yeah, he'll stop it for one play, and then they'll send that star position corner blitz randomly.
Dalen Everett.
Out, and then be like, all right, let's get back to that double A gap. Just
think about that. Think about that. How great was that call?
That was incredible.
It was like the OU corner blitz in the Big 12 title game back in when Ellinger, didn't see it coming. When guy came blitzed unchecked, and that was pretty much the ball game. But yeah, Kirby, because I asked Sark about it today, and he's like, what stands out about their pressure? He's like, they're really good at it. They recruit guys who can execute it. And that's the thing. I mean, you look at their linebackers. I mean, a Georgia defensive tackle and a Georgia linebacker, because whether it's N'Kobe Dean or CJ Allen or the guy who's played for the Bears and the Ravens, but they have big, fast linebackers who will come flying through, the A gap and knock down offensive linemen, knock down running backs trying to blitz protect, and they're going to bring in Roquan Smith.
Roquan Smith,
is,
he was pretty good. He was pretty good. He was all right.
So, Kirby still got them dudes.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I hope it's not a psychological thing. Like, I pray it's not. Like, I really do. I really don't want to believe. Like, you're right. It's just 2 games. You are right. Like, that's not many at all. But it's just something about, like, what are you texting them for? You're about to go play an SEC game on the road. You're not,
I'm sure there's a little something in there. Like,
you should be locked in. If I'm Sark, I'm texting them back like, hey, don't you got a game, coach?
Well, Sark said that he, texted him back, hey, I'm about to watch you play.
Yeah, wishing them luck and stuff. Like, yeah, I know you watching, Steve. I know y'all gonna talk in the comments section. Zay, you ain't making no sense. Okay, that's fine. I'm glad y'all think that way of me. I'm glad y'all could be so positive that sometimes when I say my outlandish things, y'all can look at it and be like, oh, Zay, you bugging, you tripping, you wilding. You're doing the most. I appreciate that. I'm glad y'all have that positivity in y'all's life to where the negativity I might throw at you, y'all got a shield. It's bouncing off y'all like ping pong. Like, it ain't nothing. It don't phase you. I appreciate that. But I'm just saying, I try to think of everything that goes on here. And that's a little fishy. That's just me. That's just me, though. That's a little fishy.
All right, here's a little bootleg of what Sark said about him getting a text from Kirby Smart before Georgia's game against Mississippi State.
Yeah, he did text me Saturday morning. We're in a couple different group chats together, and Kirby and I do text periodically. He was on that ride from Tupelo down to Starkville, which I had just done, obviously, a couple of years ago. And that's one unique thing about the SEC. It's like, man, you always want to try to stay close to stadiums, but it's hard to do that in our conference, the way some of these towns are set up. And so he checked in with what I was doing. I said, well, I just got to work out and not have breakfast and watch you play, bud. So good luck, see how it goes. But, again, I think honestly our relationship's probably gotten closer since we've been in the league. We have more things to talk about. I think one thing about him being the head coach at Georgia and myself being the head coach at Texas, I think that we have an opportunity to be influential on trying to do what's best for our game, not only in our conference, but in the state of college football. And I think us being aligned on as many issues as we can be aligned on, I think is good for the sport. And so we try to do that. We're not going to agree on everything. Obviously, he's a defensive head coach, so he's trying to get all the rules in favor of the defense. I'm trying to get him in favor of the offense. But in the end, I have a ton of respect for Kirby and the job that he does and the way that his teams play the game. And so a ton of respect for him. I always love competing against him. It's a great challenge. And this week's no different.
All right. Don't forget, Will Muschamp is still helping out Georgia.
Damn. So it's Muschamp, Schumann, and Kirby, huh?
That's a lot.
That's a lot.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
Yeah, shout out to Glenn Schumann too, man, because everybody just thinks that it's all Kirby and Glenn Schumann don't get no love. Nah, Glenn Schumann knows his stuff. And I'm surprised Glenn hasn't gotten any calls or hasn't been hit up or around this coaching carousel. Glenn Schumann's name hasn't popped up. And maybe he's like Pete Kwiatkowski, and that's just that part of his career ain't really important to him no more, being the head honcho CEO of a program. But they got a lot of dudes that know a lot about ball. And when you got the Jimmys and the Joes to go along with the X's and the O's, there's a reason why you've won multiple national championships. And what was the stat today? Like in the last 50-something home games, they've lost 2? Come on. Stop playing. Like
51-2.
51-2. Like, that's fun.
Is that good?
That's a great time. Like, damn. Ain't no one beating them. Now, they were playing in the weaker part of the SEC for a long time, where they were in the SEC East when they had the division. So some of them home games, and they've never had to play Florida at home ever, because just like OU, neutral site game. But either way, it's still the SEC. That's still impressive.
Yeah, that Georgia-Florida game in Jacksonville, they divide their tickets not at the 50, but in the middle of the end zone. So it's interesting because you don't hear the same types of stories about the intensity. Maybe it is. I need to go to the game. I need to experience it. But yeah, I think there's something about dividing it at the 50 that makes it really something for the players, because they know going across the 50 into either, if you're a Texas player going into your own end, there's like this psychological relief and vice versa. Whereas if you divide it in the end zone, you don't get that effect at all.
Yeah, people say it's a fun game, but nobody's ever compared it to like Red River. Like the people who have been to both, everybody always says Red River's better just because you got, the state fair going on and stuff. But I heard the tailgating for Florida, Georgia is special.
Yeah.
All them folks, they know their food. So
I mean, you gotta love that it's called the world's largest cocktail party.
Yeah. Yeah, they lubed up like a mug. So, they have a good time. And Florida had them, which Florida, they looked sad this past weekend against Kentucky. Like, that makes talk about a team that's not doing Texas any favors. Like, damn, can y'all at least look competitive? So, if somehow this 9-3 record becomes a real thing, the committee can't look at Florida and just be like, damn, Texas, word. This is how y'all let the Gators do y'all after Kentucky just did them like this. They benched DJ Lagway. It was bad.
It was bad.
It was bad. Like, that loss looks horrible. I can't believe Texas lost to Florida.
Yeah, that was bad. That was really bad. All right, let me get a mention in here for the Sleep Cycle Center for my guys who are snoring. Listen, guys, it is more than just annoying to the person sleeping next to you. It could be the sign of a serious health issue called sleep apnea. Sleep apnea is a lack of oxygen while you're sleeping, which is scary because sometimes you're waking up throughout the night. You're not getting that deep sleep. You're not healthy. You're overtired. Your blood pressure's going up. Because of this great partnership that we have with Texas Sports Unfiltered and the Sleep Cycle Center, if you go to sleepcyclecenters.com and tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you, Dr. Chad Denman's going to take $100 off your sleep study, practically give it away so that you get the testing that you need so that you can know if you have a high level of sleep apnea, because he's got the best technology to detect it and the best treatment options, including oral appliances like I have. Mouth guard holds my lower jaw open while I sleep. And Dr. Chad is the man. I mean, he's dedicated his life to treating sleep apnea because it killed his own father at the age of 60. I mean, he is passionate about the work. And because of this great partnership, you get $100 off your sleep study. So take care of yourself, guys. Go to sleepcyclecenters.com and tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you. All right, Zay. There were, some interesting games over the weekend. Indiana Penn State was by far the most interesting. Of course, Penn State, which always had, they had a good roster. And their defense showed up, and Indiana thought Penn State was going to sleepwalk. They didn't. It was in Happy Valley. But, man, Fernando Mendoza, that last drive, they hadn't done anything all game to sustain their offense. Guys were, he was getting pressure. Receivers were dropping passes. It was a mess. But when it had to come together, Fernando Mendoza, whoop, 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 down the field. And then that touchdown, if you haven't seen it, it's the catch of the year in college football. I mean, I don't know how the guy's whole body is out of bounds and he's like suspended in the air. First of all, that guy's got ups.
Yeah.
And he makes sure that his toe is back in bounds.
You could see him focused on it. Like,
Yeah.
as he's catching it out of bounds, getting hit, you see his helmet with the visor. You can't see his eyes, so he has the visor on. And he's looking down at his feet as in slow-mo as he just glides out of bounds, and just a smooth toe tap. Ball game.
Unbelievable.
Beautiful. Yeah.
Unbelievable. Yeah. I mean, does that make you think more or less of Indiana?
I just even kill. Doesn't really, again, Penn State, like you said, they got talent on their team, but also, come on. Like, it takes you all that just to win that game. I don't know, Indiana. And look, that's what's going to happen. Like, we've been talking about, that 05 team, Texas team, and them having to come back against Oklahoma State. You're going to have some games where it's just going to be difficult.
You're going to have the clunker.
Dig deep. Yeah, clunker, going to have to dig deep. That same 05 season, the A&M game was rough. Big reason why Vince Young didn't win the Heisman. Like, so let's say that's that game for Indiana, but they had another one like that against Iowa. So Fernando Mendoza keeps saving the day at the very end, but he made some throws in that game where a little uncharacteristic for him, some bad throws, some bad plays, but when they needed him most, he came through. And yeah, I don't know how Indiana didn't win or didn't lose that game.
Woo! Yeah, that was something. And then Oregon, Iowa. I mean, Iowa, they take the lead, and Oregon pulls that horseshoe out of their backside. I mean, because I was not buying Oregon, obviously. I thought I was going to win that game. But Oregon, because I was like, why is Oregon ahead of, some of these teams that they're ahead of? And now you look at Oregon, what do they have left? They have
Minnesota, USC, Washington.
Okay.
USC game, that's going to be the game. Even Washington. Yeah. Washington's a rival game too, and that's a tough one.
What do you think of Oregon?
I think they're good. Just again, they got just like everybody else. They just had clunkers. There's a certain game. Like I can say the same thing about Georgia. I can say the same thing about A&M at times. Like all these teams that, if the season ended, would be in the college football playoff. Like they have flaws. And Oregon, Dante Moore was not good. Besides that throw at the end, he wasn't good. But when you can have over 300 yards on the ground, yeah, it makes life easier for your quarterback that everybody's saying should be in the first round this year. Like, what a luxury to have. Quarterback has an off game, 300 yards on the ground just to keep you in it. Against the Iowa defense, that's stingy. So, that's where I respect Oregon. Like, they have multiple running backs that can come in and get her done. And that's what they did. And they relied on that. And it was an ugly-ass game. The weather was foul. But I respect them going into that environment against a solid Iowa team and winning like they did. I respect that win more than I do Indiana beating Penn State.
Okay. All right. Interesting.
Yeah. But I do think Indiana's still the better team. I
think I can't wait to see Indiana and Ohio State play.
Yeah. Got to wait until the Big Ten championship for that, which I don't know. Like if you play that game, like how do you go about it? Because if both teams go in undefeated, I think whichever team loses still gets a bye. So if you know that, if you're Ryan Day and Kirk Cignetti, how much am I putting on the line here? Now for the college football world, yeah, we want to see both teams full strength battle. But if I know I'm in with a bye regardless, and I got a player that's 75%, that might be a hell of a player, but he's 75%, he could play, he's cleared to play. That's one of those kind of like in the NFL when you're in the playoffs and stuff and you rest guys. Like, why wouldn't you rest someone just in case? Maybe not Fernando Mendoza or Julian Sayin, but I'm just saying that's something to look at if both teams end up undefeated, because that's just win or lose. I guess if we want to look at it really in depth, then what are those matchups going to be for the winner, and what would the matchups be for the loser? But then again, you would have to see how everything else plays out with the rest of the bowl, the championship games and all that stuff, So you never know what your matchup's going to be. But Yeah, I'm very curious to see if either coach would do that. Because I'm right there with you. I want to see those teams full strength. Let's get it. But also, I wouldn't blame any of those coaches for maybe sitting the guy out, maybe not throwing the kitchen sink, because win or loss, you're going to be first round, or you're going to have a bye in that first game of the college football playoff.
Well, I see the comment from Luis, who says, guys, the teams that should be losing ahead of Texas are winning. The margin for error is closing fast. Yeah, I mean, Oregon dodged a bullet. And Notre Dame, I mean, who've they beaten? Nobody. They got Notre Dame's got Pitt, so now you're cheering like crazy for Pitt. This weekend at 11 at Pitt. They finished with Syracuse and Stanford. Come on, man. I mean, Notre Dame's best win is going to be over USC. And that USC team, are they any good? Like,
they're all right. They could play some offense.
Yeah, I mean, USC is not what, I mean, they lost to Illinois. USC has beaten Michigan, Nebraska. And look, they got Iowa this week. Iowa, and then USC is going to play Oregon. So at least they are going to, play someone that can help define their resume, because Notre Dame, I agree. It's troubling that Notre Dame is ahead of Texas. I thought Notre Dame would be behind Texas, because Notre Dame's claim to fame right now is close losses to A&M and Miami, and that win over USC. That's it. Texas has beaten OU. Texas beaten Vanderbilt. Vanderbilt's beaten, LSU, blah, blah, blah. OU beat. Who do OU beat? Missouri?
Tennessee.
So OU plays Bama.
I'm rooting for Bama in this one.
Yeah?
Yeah, man. Because OU beats Bama. That head-to-head for Texas, that's cool, but Texas, I don't see the 9-3 Texas team if OU keeps winning like this, because they'll have some really good wins on their resume.
No, they have to put Texas in over OU. You want OU to keep winning so that it continues to bolster, the wins that Texas has. If you're a Texas fan, you want OU to keep winning. You want Vanderbilt to keep winning, so that
But if OU wins out,
they still don't get in ahead of Texas, because
Texas would have to win out, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So who has the harder win out schedule?
Well, OU plays at Alabama. Texas plays at Georgia. OU has to play Missouri and Norman, and then LSU. Texas plays Arkansas, and then A&M. So, I mean, Texas has got 2 top 5 teams. OU has one.
Exactly.
So
that's why I could have OU losing. It's cool with me, because I need them to be 9-3 also if somehow Texas goes 9-3. And people are talking about that, because OU wins out, man, and they end up 10-2. Yo, hell no. That'd make me so bad. That would make me so bad. Like, if you want to see me crash out, have OU win these next 3 games. I'd lose it. Because that's a good game. Like, OU still has that defense. Like, John Mateer, the thumb's only getting better. I don't think the thumb's getting worse. He had the bye. So that's an interesting game this weekend.
Yeah, it's interesting because you're looking at the flaws of the teams in the playoff or in the mix right now, right? Like A&M gives up rush yards. Teams can run on A&M, but A&M's like one of the best third down defenses in college football. I mean, people are asking me, is A&M really good? And I'm like, yeah, they're good. Like, they believe they're a good football team. They're starting to believe that they can beat anyone they play. And that is a powerful drug. Confidence is the key to life. And when you're believing that you can, actually A&M is the number 1 third down defense in college football. Teams are only converting 24% of their third downs against A&M. So, and A&M's got a good pass rush. Okay, so they give up some, rushing yards. They're getting off the field on third down. So, and I get it. They've given up some points. They're not unbeatable. I'm not saying they're, Georgia circa 21. Because that was the big question going into the year for A&M was the guys up front on defense, because they lost, Shamar Stewart and the kid from Purdue, Skirton, but Cassius Howell, woo, that was good pickup.
Yeah, he hit the hell out of Zolos. What's my
Zollers.
man? Zollers. He hit the hell out of him on one play. That ball popped out. They were all over Zollers, man. But you knew that was going to happen. Like, they hit him one time, ball popped in the air. They caught it, took it back to the crib, basically. Yeah, A&M's good. I hate how good they are. Like Mario Craver, Casey Concepcion, both of those guys are problems. Both of those guys have blazers. Where Marcel Reed doesn't have to do much. He just has to make sure the ball gets in those guys' hands. And when it does, they can take it to the crib. Like, when you have that luxury as a quarterback, and then once they start keying in on those guys, that's when that run game starts coming along. And Reuben Owens and Emmitt Smith's son, they got Le'Veon Moss. They got a ton of backs. You got to worry about Marcel Reed running the ball too. They're dangerous. They are a dangerous ball club. And yeah, I hate praising them, but got to pay the respect where it's due. Mike Elko's done a hell of a job here in year 2.
Yeah. Cassius Howell. That dude has 10.5 sacks.
It's not bad.
It's not bad. It's not bad. It is not bad. Let me see where that ranks among the nation's leaders. Right now, he's number 2. Well, no, David Bailey has 11.5 sacks at Tech. Woo!
Yo, man.
Colin Simmons, baby. Keep it coming. Keep it coming. He's closing in. He's got 8. And he and Anthony Hill they've been putting some games together. Ant Hill had 3 sacks against Mississippi State. Colin had 3 sacks earlier this year. Colin can still make a push to lead the nation. He's got 8. But this will be a good week to do it. With the whole nation watching, with Fowler and Herb Street broadcasting the game.
Yeah, they're making Herb Street fly everywhere. I'm sure Herb Street and Peter the dog, they probably just wanted to stay in Athens all day, hang out. But for some reason, they'll be in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And they go make Herb Street get on that plane to Atlanta with the shutdowns and all that stuff, man. Y'all know y'all wrong. Y'all know y'all wrong. Y'all know this ain't the game of the week. Why y'all hate Texas? I don't know why they don't like to repeat. Just repeat over and over again. Go to the same campuses if the teams are winning. And if they have those good games, like, so what? But four-letter network, they're trying to be nice, and they're trying to get to all these campuses so all these different schools could have an experience and blah, blah, blah. YouTube, TV, and ESPN still haven't come up with a deal. Sorry for all those folks. You know, I had to call my connect. Got that thing on bootleg. You know what I'm saying? Can't say his name. Can't say his name. Y'all ain't gonna get me locked up. But you know, I had to stun on y'all a little bit because I ain't dealing with them YouTube TV problems no more.
Oh yeah.
Had to make a couple calls, you know.
Yeah.
Call some people. You know,
yes, calls.
You know, scratch me back, I'll scratch your type of situations. Pause. But yeah.
Yeah.
Figure that out though. ESPN, YouTube TV. I need to figure that out.
Well, let me help some people with how to figure out how to do their bodies a favor, like heart health, like healthy blood pressure. That would be the Super Beats Heart Chews from Humann with two N's. Humann was actually founded in partnership with the University of Texas Health Science Center. And it's these Super Beats Heart Chews, #1 cardiologist recommended Beat brand for heart health. Clinical studies show that Super Beats Heart Chews promote healthy blood pressure nearly 2 times more effectively than just diet and exercise alone. So, I mean, I'm a collector of supplements. I'm not proud of it, but I've tried them all. Humann is far and away the best I've ever taken. And I feel better now, mentally, physically. The brain fog is gone. I take the Super Beats Heart Chews. I take the turmeric chews because, you know, I'm still trying to play tennis. This helps with inflammation. The Glynocalyx, which I call it Humann's super multivitamin, but it's more than that. It also promotes, you know, healthy heart health, blood pressure. I'm telling you guys, when you get to be my age and even before that, you want to be working on this now so that you get this great feel, no matter what age you are, because you're doing right by your body. And all you got to do is go to Humann with 2 Ns.com/TSU and use the promo code TSU. And you're going to get an extra 20% off your first order. So load up. I would load up with the Super Beats Heart Chews, the turmeric chews, the Glynocalyx, and the Super Beats powder, sports powder. Take that 30 minutes before you go work out, before you go play tennis or basketball or whatever you're doing. You're going to feel better. And all the Texas athletes are taking the Super Beats powder. So, yeah, can't say enough about Humann with 2 N's, humann.com/TSU. Use promo code TSU. It's Monday, so you know what that means. That means all night happy hour at Cover 3. You got Monday Night Football. You got Eagles, Packers. Head over to Cover 3 Anderson, Cover 3 Round Rock. Enjoy the $7 social hour menu during happy hour. That has the firecracker shrimp on it, the bacon deviled eggs, the big chicken slider. Enjoy yourself. Enjoy the food is going to bring you back every time. Chop House Burger, the Sean Adams prime rib sandwich, the service, amazing, and the vibe. That's why I go the vibe. Cover 3 Anderson, Cover 3 Round Rock, and our man Tom McKay. Audio visual consultations, anything audio or visual that you need in your home, like the big screen of your dreams with some surround sound. Maybe it's the media room you've always wanted. Tom's been doing this for 37 years. And this is a great partnership we have with Texas Sports Unfiltered. He's going to bring you the best price on big screens. So you don't need to go shopping around, lugging 80-inch TVs around in a truck, punching holes in your drywall. Just call 255-8678. 255-8678. And let Tom and his crew bring everything to you. They're going to hang that big screen like a masterpiece in a museum. It's going to look beautiful. You're going to love it. Treat yourself. 255-8678. Or go to avconsultations.com. All right, Zay, for the chip shot today. Of course, I'm going to talk a little bit about Texas, Georgia, because this is what we've been waiting for. This is Rocky Balboa against Apollo Creed. Okay, maybe not, because Rocky was pretty big underdog in that game. This is more like Ali Frazier. Because look, these are the two teams that everybody thought would be playing for the SEC championship this year. And Arch Manning, think of the journey. So Texas opens preseason number 1 and then falls off the map after the loss to Florida. And like, no one's talking about Texas. And then Texas, I mean, they're talking about them in a bad way. They're talking about them like, what the hell happened at Texas? What's going on at left guard? That guy looks like he's playing the Dizzy Bat game. Arch is getting smoked, getting hit, getting rocked. But Texas is finding ways to win. Thank you, Ryan Niblett. Like, they need to give him a big ass award at the banquet this year. Like lifesaver award, heart paddles. Donate some new heart paddles to the university in Ryan Niblett's name, because that dude was a human heart paddle for Texas football against Kentucky and Mississippi State. And who will ever forget the punt return against OU? But then, the pass rush comes on and we see, Ant Hill, Colin Simmons, Ethan Burke. They're all getting to the quarterback. Ethan Burke has 3 sacks in the last 2 games. Ant Hill has 4 sacks in the last 2 games. Colin Simmons has 7.5 sacks in the last 4 games and was a beast at Kentucky. And then Arch starts to look good late in that game against Mississippi State. And then finally, an offensive line combination that appears to work with Cole Hudson at left guard, Connor Robertson at center. Now they got to put it all together. And if they do, and they go to Georgia and look like the football team we expected to see at the beginning of the year, then they will have come full circle just in time. I mean, we can debate, lament, wonder what if Texas had made the move to the offensive line for the Florida game instead of for Vanderbilt, because Cole Hudson was available. So was Connor Robertson for that game. Then Cole Hudson got hurt and was out for Kentucky and Mississippi State. But here we are. And if Texas can, special teams, solid. Defense, pass rush is there. Run defense is there. With Michael Taft back on the field, pass defense should be much improved. And that says a lot, man. And offensively, Arch, with some protection, can do battle with Georgia. Steve Sarkisian's got to help him. Steve Sarkisian's got to keep getting that ball out fast. And Quintravian Wisner, I'm telling you, I think the over-under for him in receptions should be 5, maybe 6. Because I think he's going to have to be the outlet, and he could end up having a big day through the air. So this is kind of a crazy path that Texas has been on. Georgia's has been a little more straightforward. I don't know what's going on with Georgia in the first quarter, but all I know is Texas, you better be ready to go. You better take advantage, because once Georgia locks in, like Alabama didn't do shizzle nizzle in the second half. They scored all 24 in the first half. They didn't get a point in the second half. Like, you got to get when the getting is good. And if you're missing throws or busting assignments on the offensive line early in this game, you're probably going to lose, because Georgia locks in, their defense starts dropping hammers. And like, listen to this. Joey Aguilar, the quarterback at Tennessee, completed his first 14 passes against Georgia. Think about that. Like, if you're going to get to Georgia, you got to get them early. So, yeah, Joey Aguilar had an unbelievable game against Georgia. So did Chris Brazzell, for God's sake. Chris Brazzell had like 200 yards receiving. Like, crazy stuff. So that was early in the year. This is
different. Ain't that same team no more.
Ain't that same team. So, just saying. This is it's a chance to kind of make all the sins of the early season go away. But you got to get on them early. You got to get on them early. Chris Brazzell. He had 6 catches for 177 yards and 3 touchdowns. Who could that be? Emmett Mosley this week?
By committee.
Yeah.
Everybody.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, Ryan Wingo, that thumb, I'm hearing it's still, it's not healed. He's out there gutting it out, but I'm not sure that we'll see how much he plays. You know what I mean?
That's not good.
You got guys. You got guys. You got Emmett Mosley. You got DeAndre Moore. You got Parker Livingston. So you got all these tight ends. Steve Sarkisian, do your thing.
All right.
Let's get to the right call.
Good chip shot, my guy. Well done, as usual. Let's get to the right call, though. Before that, shout out to Covert Bee Cave, the best in the business. I saw someone pulled over with car problems this weekend, and I thought to myself, man, they could use Covert Bee Cave right now. And everybody could use Covert Bee Cave. If you're dealing with a car that's just done, or you see it's on its last leg, get ahead of it. Go to Covert Bee Cave. You could trade it in, see what you could get for it, and then they're going to find something that fits your budget. New, pre-owned, it doesn't matter. They're going to find a car that fits you and your family, and that's such a satisfying feeling at Covert Bee Cave. 7 terrific brands to choose from: Dodge, Jeep, Ram, GMC, Buick, Chrysler, and Cadillac. Go to covertbeecave.com, see all the latest specials and inventory. We love our Buick Encore GT, and you can be like us too. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. All right, Chip. So, right call today. Let's talk a little Texas basketball, men's and women's. Let's start with the ladies first, because ladies first. Women's basketball team beat up on the 24th ranked team in the nation, the Richmond. What are they? Spiders?
Spiders, baby.
Yeah, they beat the hell out of them, 85-56. Now, Richmond lost, I think, their best player, like within the first 5 minutes of the game, Alicia Newell. That girl could hoop a little bit. She got clotheslined by Aaliyah Crump and didn't return to the game. So that was probably a huge hit for Richmond. But other than that, the Horns, who struggled in the first quarter, which, damn it, NCAA, can we make the men's game 4 quarters, please? I'm so tired of this 20-minute crap. Like, I digress. I apologize. I'm just so over 20 minutes. 4 quarters is so much better, just so much better of a rhythm and flow of the game. But anyways, this women's team is good, like really good. I think this team is better than the Final Four team last year. I legitimately think that, Chip. And I love Shea Holly. I love Taylor Jones. But the improvement from Madison Booker, who we know she could score, but it's about just being an all-around player. 12 rebounds. She had 6 assists. Like Madison Booker, or 4 assists, 6 steals, 22 points. She's gotten so much better. Jordan Lee has gotten so much better from freshman year to sophomore year. She's a legitimate scoring threat. Brianna Preston has gotten so much better this year to where if Rory's not playing well, hey, Rory, come sit by old Coach Schaefer, because Brianna Preston, you should have all the confidence to throw her out there and you not lose a step at all.
Well, did you see Brianna Preston played more minutes than Rory?
That's what I mean. Like, she's a better scoring threat than Rory Harmon. In her sophomore year, Rory Harmon's a 5th-year senior. And I think this year's version of Rory, even though she hasn't necessarily looked at her game from a scoring standpoint on improving for this team, I don't think she needs to. I thought last year she needed to be that just because this team lacks scoring from the perimeter. This year's team, Rory could play that true point guard role where everybody gets involved because Jordan Lee, Mass, and Booker have improved. And now you got Aaliyah Crump, who is fearless, dog. Like, she going to make some mistakes. She's going to take some shots where Vic Schaefer's going to rip the little hair that he has left out his head. But you want that aggressiveness. Like, you want just her skill level and confidence. And she got weakened a little bit on Friday. Like, when she clotheslined homegirl for Richmond and knocked her out of the game, you could tell she was visibly upset on the bench. And I'm sure the coaching staffs, they're going to make sure she stays locked into the game, because it's not like high school where you played the full 40 minutes and you could do no wrong. Like, she's going to have to learn the game. With that being said, the girl could hoop. The girl, she has a smooth jumper. When she gets in the lane, she's fearless. Like, 14 points, 6 for 11 shooting. She's tough, man. She is tough. She just has to, catch up to the speed of the game and understand that sometimes you got to let the game come to you instead of just attacking. But you would rather have a player that you have to reel back a little bit with her aggressiveness than tell her to be aggressive more. You know what I'm saying? And Aaliyah Crump, she's already a big time scorer at the college level. So you got her as a threat. I think Brea Cunningham is only going to continue to get better. Kyla Oldegger is still solid. Like, this team is really good. And once they get Ashton Judd back, they're going to be even better because she provides another scoring threat on the perimeter with her outside shooting. So me saying Rory Harmon had to get a 3-point shot and had to improve her offensive game, I'm taking those words back, because I did not expect Jordan Lee to improve as much as she did offensively. Brianna Preston, Aaliyah Crump now in the mix, Madison Booker getting that much better. Now Rory Harmon, she could just pass the ball around and play that pure point guard role, and I think it's going to fit with this year's team. Yeah, this is championship bust with this year's squad. I love how they play, and it's going to get a lot more difficult as the SEC season goes on. But, yeah, this team is good.
Yeah, they need to. I don't know what happened at the free throw line in that game,
Yeah, that's just a phase.
but
That's
just
fine.
take care of the little details. Make sure that every I is dotted and T is crossed. But that was a good win. I mean, they were down after the first quarter, like you said, and then they totally dominated the second quarter. They outscored them 21-8 and then just kept, piling on. So that was a good win. It was and Jordan Lee, I'm with you. She's my breakout player this year.
He's so good.
I think she's going to be really good. And
You could tell she's put in some serious hours this summer because her confidence, like she had one move where she had a girl on the island. She had the ball at the top of the key and she wasn't doing this stuff last year. And she goes between her legs and right when the ball gets into her left hand off the between the legs, she hits her with an immediate crossover and then gets to the lane and finishes. And I was like, yo, that's different. Like Madison Booker, you expect her to do that kind of stuff. And now Jordan Lee, she's added that to her bag. Aaliyah Krupp has that type of skill level. Brianna Preston is a way better three-point shooter than she was last year.
Brianna Preston,
I love this team.
Is special.
Special.
And I know Rory Harmon is special. But Brianna Preston reminds me of TJ Ford.
Yeah, you got to play them together. You got to play them together. Like I know Aaliyah Crump's going to start and stuff like that. Brianna Preston's the perfect player to bring off the bench because now that she's an improved three-point shooter, she could play your point, she could play your two, and that'll move whoever needs to come out the game, whether it's Crump or Lee or hell, even Madison Booker, you could take her out the game. And Madison Booker, you could tell this coaching staff has made a point of emphasis letting her know that, hey, you're going to have to play power forward for us. You're still going to be a stretch power forward where you're going to be able to handle the ball and do a whole bunch of stuff, but you're going to be a mismatch nightmare because power forwards trying to guard Madison Booker.
Mid-range Maddie?
Yeah, good luck with that. Like, she's going to get whatever she wants, and now the opposing team is going to have to, they're going to have to figure out how to just adjust on the fly because Texas, they provide such a mismatch problem.
Okay, let me ask you this real quick because I wanted to get your thoughts on Sean Miller. What did you think of Sean Miller today?
I didn't really hear him speak much. Again, the game was solid. They had a lot of guys, double figures.
Like Matis, love him. Dalen Swain, love him. Everything else is still formulating. And Camden Heide has been injured, so we haven't even seen him yet. But
so the Dalen Swain thing, he's your best point guard in my opinion.
Yeah, I like what you're saying there.
I've been saying it. I feel like Sean Miller, being the good coach that he is, you got to see everybody at that spot a little bit. Like I know he talked about starting Jordan Pope, and I heard that today. I heard him say he started Jordan Pope instead of Kendall Weaver, so he moved Trayvon Mark to the 2, where Mark could focus on scoring a little bit more, and Pope could focus on being more of a point guard and stuff. And Pope had 6 assists. He was solid, but Dalen Swain, he needs to have the ball in his hands more than anybody else. And talk about a guy that's worked on his shot, 25% last year at Xavier. Right now, he's hit 4 threes this year, only hit 7 last year as a whole. Yeah, let that guy cook. He looks good coming off pick and roll. Him and Mathis, they have good chemistry off of pick and roll. And you're right, Mathis, that guy, he's giving me flashes of Chris Mim. Like
he's tough.
He's solid. He's solid. Just got to get that footwork right. Once that footwork gets right and he realizes, oh, I could just throw a jump hook every time I catch the ball. Basketball's a simple game, man. That size, that body, just throw it up. Get them on your shoulder. Jump hook right there. You should get about 4 of those a game. 4 of those a game, easy. That's 8 points, easy. Texas has not had a big man like this where they could just throw the ball to and have an advantage in a long time. So it does contradict the pace, though. That's all I'm trying to say. Like, Mathis, you want to play with pace. Mathis ain't a pace player. Like, he's not that type of player. He's a half-court type of player. So we'll see how that works as the season goes on.
Yeah. And if you need to sit him for a minute, you can bring in Lacina Traore. He's twitchy. He's not nearly as polished as Mathis. All right, let's open up the gym. Patrick and Matt.
What up, guys?
Fellas.
No, man. Oh, another week. Game week, though. Excited to see. I really thought Mississippi State could ruin our week by actually playing a tight game against Georgia, but lull them into a false sense of security. Tell them that they're good at football. That's what we wanted to see out of Mississippi State. Giving us not – if Georgia would have lost this weekend, we were screwed, right?
I would have felt good.
That would not have been good.
No, I would not have felt good. I was like, look, I want Georgia to lose, but also I would be scared to death if Georgia on the road lost to Mississippi State and then came home. You're like, oh, yeah, no, they're ready. They're ready to kill somebody.
Yeah.
Chip, are you making the trip to Athens?
I am.
You ready for the feels like 24-degree weather at kickoff?
Hell no, really?
I'm just hoping my flight takes off and I get there.
Yeah,
so
same.
Thank you for telling me. I will layer.
Yeah, I'll be there as well, and I am not looking forward to any of that. I'm going to bring like 9 jackets. Your boy does not do well in that kind of weather.
No, it gets cold in Georgia. Being there last year, it was cold for the SEC championship. So
yeah, it was.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna go pull out my North Face jacket.
See you tomorrow. See y'all
later,
tomorrow.
Guys.
Welcome into Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Myself, Patrick Davis, alongside Matt Galatzan of Texas Longhorns on SI. And, of course, you, the third member of Open Gym. Text line's open 512-222-9328. And, of course, on the chat here, Facebook, Twitch, X, and on YouTube. Make sure to give us a like and a subscribe over there if you have not. CB, what is up? What's up, Joe? What's up, everybody there in the chat? What's up, Matt? How you doing? Did you have a good weekend? Good time not having to do a game week before you go into the very cold?
Yeah, man, it was a nice reprieve before the home stretch. Looking forward to seeing what Texas has got this week against Georgia after a week off. Sark was very adamant that they had issues and they fixed those issues.
He got a little. There is a few things you saw in this week's where it's like he did get a little testy, I'd say, or I don't know if that, but he was not normal jovial 2-minute long answer Sark, but he hasn't been in a few weeks. He hasn't been 2-minute long answer guy in a couple of weeks, and that's when we know Sark's going well. But I'll get into that a little bit more of what I kind of gleaned a little bit more from this week of the press conference. We'll play some Sark audio as well. We'll get into some Texas basketball talk as well, as they got a huge win. Texas women's gets a big win too. Just destroys the number 24 team in the country. No problems for Texas women's basketball. No problem for Texas men's basketball. And also, they've got pretty easy ones coming up. Fairleigh Dickinson on Wednesday, I believe, is when Fairleigh Dickinson plays Texas. So should get another big win there for Texas basketball.
There was a EA Sports college basketball game that was out like around the same time as like NBA Live. Yeah. Had like James Thomas. It was like that Texas team. And it always used to crack me up because Fairleigh Dickinson was too long of a name for it to fit on the scoreboard. So it just said Fairleigh Dick.
Fairleigh Dick.
That's all I can think of them as now.
That sounds about right. That sounds like what EA Sports would. No, it works. It works. We'll make it work. Matt, you did mention the kickoff. It's supposed to be very cold in Georgia. We had the cold front come in this weekend, this last day. I've got my hoodie on right now. Feeling good about it. Love hoodie weather. I am curious. I'm curious. I'm going to ask you this, and I ask everybody in the chat this too, and I'll tell you mine. What's the coldest game you've been to? Either in Austin or any other place what is the coldest, most miserable, like where you're like, I'm gonna go and I'm gonna support the team and I'm gonna root, but I'm also going to be completely miserable.
A couple come to mind.
Okay.
One of them was a high school game when I was in high school.
Okay.
Highland Park played in a playoff game, and it was the coldest I've ever been in my life because I was standing on the sideline the whole game, and like you don't get any sense of heat in any way, shape, or form. That one sticks out in my mind. But the one that always I think is going to take the cake is in 2000. I went to Texas OU with my dad and my sister, and I want to say somebody else in my family was there as well. But that was a game Texas lost 63-14. You know, it was probably 30 degrees outside, and my sister left at halftime because she was so cold. And my dad and I stuck it out to the very end and watched every minute of that game. And that was one thing my dad was really good at, like making sure that I stayed for every second of every game that we went to.
Yes.
Like Texas lost 66-3 to UCLA. I think it was in 1997, and it was 105 degrees outside. We stayed for every single play of that football game. And I think it really, instilled a mentality of finishing what you started early in my life. So I appreciate that out of him. That Texas OU 2000 game was absolutely brutal.
It does look like it's going to warm up before Saturday in Georgia, though. It just looked. It looks like it'll warm up before then. So
God, I hope so.
So I do not believe they said the low on Saturday is 51. So I think you'll be okay. So I think hopefully it'll warm back up on that. Yeah, I remember the worst one I did was we went to Baylor when Texas played Baylor. I went with a buddy of mine whose parents had gone to Baylor, so they had gotten tickets, and we was like, "Why don't we go?" And then it was freezing. It was like 20-something degrees. Our seats were the second. So this is an older Baylor stadium. Before
metal seats.
Metal seats. We were the second row from the top, so you were getting the wind whipping over the top of you as well. And it's just miserable and cold and like 20-something degrees, wind whipping over the top of you, bundled up. It was horrifically bad. And then the worst part is we lose. And I'm walking out, and you're walking out wearing all burnt orange at Baylor and trying to walk out and then being like, don't fall. This because there's ice on all the steps still. And you're like, well, that was the thing is I'm like, the fat guy in all burnt orange can't bust his ass sliding down the stairs after losing to Baylor. This cannot get worse. So just super slow walking down the stairs.
Yeah.
Trying not to get out of that. It's brutal. But yeah, that was Texas. I never had to deal with it too bad. A lot of times I used to go with a friend of mine who got nice seats and, it was not terrible. We were under the awning, so you never got rained on. And so like at Texas games, it's never been bad. They've been cold ones, but never like bad cold. It may have been, that 2013 Baylor game. I think that was the one, CB. I'm pretty sure that's the one I'm talking about. That was the one, and it was brutal.
I've only been to one Texas Baylor game in Waco. It was at the old stadium. My dad took me, and there was another guy there with his kid, and then the ticket guy that got us the tickets. And the only thing I remember about that, Texas won like 50-0 or something. Actually, I think the score was 62-0. Now that I think about it. And the only thing I remember about that game, it wasn't cold, but the only thing I remember is that one of the players tried to throw me his gloves after the game.
Yeah.
Because I was like right there and he was trying to throw me his gloves. And I got my hands on both of them. And then the little kid that came with us to the game just like grabbed one out of my hand and ran away. And I wanted to beat the shit out of him. I was so mad. And my dad was like, no, just let it go. It's fine. He can have one. But I still have a little I don't even remember who the player was, but I still have a little hate in my heart for that kid.
For that kid, he's like, I want one too. You know what? Look, I believe that's better than if he grabbed both, or if it was an adult grabbing one. Because if it's an adult, then it's like,
if it was an adult grabbing it, I'm sure my dad would have thrown him over the railing. Those people are the worst.
Yeah, no, CB, I think you nailed it though. I think that's the 2013 Baylor game, because I remember I had on my phone, I was keeping up with the other game that was happening, so it did mean that whoever won that game was going to end up winning the Big 12. So then we lose it. Case McCoy was the quarterback. That's the right time. I'm terrible with years. I'm terrible with that. Reason I never did great in school. Can't memorize years at all for me. But yeah, that was not fun. Hopefully it will warm up a little bit more in Athens before we get to Saturday, which would be nice. It's cold there now. I think it might be freezing there now, but
it was 1999 CB. Texas also beat Baylor 62-0 in 2005, but the one I'm talking about is 1999. So I was 12 years old.
Gotcha. Yeah. No. Yeah. Beating Baylor is a good thing. Beating Baylor is a good thing. I did not do it when I was there in Waco. I've seen him beat Baylor in Texas though. I've seen that one. Matt, let's get into a little bit. First off, before we get to too much else, we'll talk about Brian Daboll a little bit later in the show too. Brian Daboll fired in the NFL, so we did get another coach firing this week, which is this is one of the weirdest firings that we all knew was going to happen, and now people are saying it's a bad thing to fire him, which is crazy. So we'll get into that in an hour or two as well. We talk a little bit more NFL, but yeah, so we'll talk about that too. But I want to get into some Texas football talk, Matt. Sark did speak to the media today, and I noticed a couple things before we get to the audio itself. That there's the tone has changed a little bit. It seems like Sark is getting to a point where he is like with this team and everything else of where he kind of has been aiming the ship for a while, and it feels like some of it's starting to sink in and some of it hasn't quite yet, and he's still trying to get over that hump for it. But we saw the fact of a lot of people, and it's funny because the name of this video on YouTube is like the revenge game, and Sark has been very clear, and the players have been very clear that this is not a revenge game for them. That was a different team. There was different things. And so one piece of this is it feels like they have very much separated themselves from previous success, which seems like a thing that Sark and this coaching staff probably started to do after the Florida game more, where they were like, guys, I don't know who the hell you think you are, but you're not the guys who went to the playoffs 2 years in a row. You're the guys who watched the team go to the playoffs 2 years in a row. A lot of you guys didn't play much then or didn't play at all. So you need to stop acting as if you are this team and that Texas is supposed to be where they're at. And so that mentality seems to be purveying. This is not a revenge game. We are a new team. This is a different team. That theory has, or that train of thought has prevailed for Texas in this. And then you're seeing the point of, and he kind of mentions at a point, and I can play the clip for you in a little bit, about them really early in the season looking ahead too much, being a young team, and now you are at that point in your schedule. And so the thing that you were kind of like, man, it's going to be crazy. We got to go play Georgia. And it's going to be, when we get to the end of the season, the playoff polls come out. We're going to be in that. And now you're there. And it feels like maybe there's a little bit of a change in tone in the room now, that you're still where you want to be. You're still in a place where you can get where you want to be, but that this is a Texas team that maybe you had a lot of those faults of young teams, of believing in past success that wasn't theirs, and in being and looking forward. Even you're saying every single week, oh, we know it's 1 week at a time. It maybe feels like he's now starting to really have to lay that in, and it's starting to resonate a bit more because now they're there. You are 3 weeks away from either achieving or starting to achieve your goals, or making hard decisions about where you're playing football next season. And that's 3 weeks. Like, you're no longer, last bye week's gone. You are now 3 weeks away from really hard decisions, or being where you want to be. And it feels like that's setting in a little bit more. And how Texas responds to that as a young team is going to be really big on the road this weekend.
Yeah, I think that's kind of the biggest unknown about this entire thing, and that's saying something considering the way that this offense has performed for the majority of the year. We don't know how this team's going to respond in an environment like that with something actually on the line. We saw how they responded in week 1 when really nothing was on the line.
Yeah.
And we've seen how at certain parts of this season, they've just kind of gone through the motions, expecting to win and potentially win big, and then struggling mightily, like against UTEP and against Florida and against Kentucky and against Mississippi State. And then fortunately in 3 of those games, they were able to turn on a switch and win the game. But this is a totally different animal from anything they've experienced so far this year. Even with Ohio State, because not only does this have national, or college football playoff implications and SEC championship implications potentially, but this isn't going to be an offense that you're walking in and facing that's going to be very vanilla because they have a brand new quarterback that they're, trying to get involved in their game plan and they don't really know what they have yet. This is a team that's going to throw everything in they're going to throw the kitchen sink at you this weekend in every way, shape, or form. That crowd is going to be out for blood because they hate Texas, because they're pissed off because Texas is the new guy in the SEC that thinks they run the place and
not showing the respect.
Yes, and it's going to be a very, very hostile environment. So all of those factors taken into consideration, how does a team that is, not really shown the preparation throughout the majority of the season going to respond to that? I think that probably Mississippi State was the final nail in trying to get these guys to figure out, like, hey, we have to come to play every week and we have to execute every week. And if you don't, anybody's going to beat you. Now you go face a top 10 team in Vanderbilt the following week and you see what that result was. How that works out against Georgia, I have no idea. I think all things being even on paper, like just matchup for matchup and talent for talent, I think Texas has a really good shot, but it's all about upstairs and how they respond to that and the coaching and how they respond to what Sark has been trying to preach over the last few weeks. So it'll be certainly super interesting to see. It'll be the biggest stage they've played on all season long, and that's saying something considering a lot of people call the Ohio State game the biggest week 1 game in the history of college football.
Yeah, no, I agree. And because again, you're so different from the week 1 team that we saw against Ohio State at this point, and you expect that. Now, let's flip that. Gunnar Stockton looks like a much better quarterback now as a first-year starter as well. Gunnar Stockton's the guy we played last year who still beat us in the SEC championship game. He's much better than that player now.
Leagues better. Yeah.
So it does change a lot of those paces. But yeah, it does. It just feels like, I don't know, the tone in the room is different, even though they've won. And maybe that's it too, because they beat Kentucky, because they beat Mississippi State, because they beat Vanderbilt. Sark has to maybe sit back and temper that a little bit more of, I get we're winning games right now, but we're not winning them well enough. We're not winning them in the right way, that if we go to play the same thing against Georgia, it's a loss. If we do this against A&M, it's a loss. We've been able to out-talent some other teams and get lucky in the right moments that things worked out. Hell, we shouldn't have been in the position we were with Vanderbilt. We were there, but I can't walk out of that game happy now because I understand, hell, if we played a team that had a little bit better talent, there's an extra 25 seconds on the clock, and that 25 seconds could screw us. Like just those little things. They could have another timeout. All those little pieces that could really, really screw us. So I think that he's put in there, and I think that's been a hard part for Sark as well this season, is that Arch is a much, much, much looser guy than Quinn Ewers. Like, we see him dancing, we see him, celebrating with his team. We see him do the "we're home, we're back" or whatever he said before the Vanderbilt game. We see him do all those things, and I think Sark was like, let's embrace this. And then now he's kind of finding his role within that is, oh, I maybe have to be a little bit more stern because they're not getting that out of Arch Manning. That Arch is going to be more lovable, and I have to be much more of the stern parent in this relationship. And hey, man, that's fun. That's games. Let's go. Like, yeah. Man, that's great, but no, let's go. When we get in, I want to say all the things we did right in the Ryan Wingo screen, and then I want to point out the 7 things the defenders did wrong that Georgia's defenders won't. We'll play a clip of that too. He saw, Sark was asked about, 3 big plays in the last 2 weeks or last 2 games have been screens. Those probably won't work as well against Georgia. Now you can make some of them work, but they're faster, they're stronger, and they tackle better than Mississippi State and Vanderbilt. So you're not maybe going to break that same play where it is a pitch and catch, guy's gone. And, that's just harder to do against the Georgia. So it does feel like the tone in the room is starting to change a little bit to there's 3 weeks, man. And y'all need to buckle the F up for these 3 weeks. We need to be as focused as humanly possible. There's been some missteps. Some of that's on me. Some of that's on y'all. But we need to figure out what we're going to do in these last 3 weeks because, at this point, he knows if we lose 2 out of these 3, then a lot of my coaches are probably – I'm having hard conversations with with Chris Del Conte and boosters at the end of the season because this is unacceptable how the season ended. Or we win them, and now they're trying to make sure that I'm not thinking about going anywhere else. There are 2 big differences in these last 3 weeks.
Yeah, I think ostensibly the playoff has already started for Texas.
Yeah.
And that's the kind of mentality that you need to take into every single game. There's no second chances. There's no guarantee that if you beat Georgia and lose to Texas A&M or vice versa, if you're 9-3, that you're going to make it. There's a school of thought out there that it's possible, but you can't rely on it.
Yeah.
You don't know what else is going to happen for the rest of the season and the rest of the conferences and all that stuff. And I think not only do you have to take that mentality into the rest of the season over this final stretch of 3 games, but one of the things that Sark can do, I think, is put up the Ole Miss tape against Georgia. Ole Miss had a 2-score lead in the 4th quarter against that team with the ball, with the ability to really bury them. Georgia fought back, completely outplayed them in the 4th quarter, and the next thing you knew, Ole Miss lost the game. And he knows, and he can use that as an example of, guys, you saw what we did against Vanderbilt. If we do the same thing against Georgia, we're going to lose and our season's going to be over.
Yep.
You need to make sure, and he said it, I believe, in the press conference, this is going to be a 60-minute game. You have to play for 60 minutes. You cannot let your foot off the gas. You cannot let your foot off their throat. And some of that's going to be on the players. Some of that's also going to be on the coaches, like Pete Kwiatkowski, for example. I don't want to see the soft coverages when you're up, if you're up in the 4th quarter and just like, hey, we'll let them beat us underneath. I don't want to see any of that. I want you to be aggressive and get after them as often as you possibly can. But this is going to be the toughest game that Texas has played all season long. And I really don't think it's close in terms of the stakes, the physicality, the athleticism, the coaching, all those different things, because what they faced against Ohio State was not Ohio State. That's not Ohio State today.
Yeah.
That was a vanilla football team that was just trying to do just enough to where they didn't overextend themselves and beat themselves. If those 2 teams played right now, it would be a completely different game, obviously. Georgia doesn't have any of that. Georgia's going for your throat because they know they're in the same situation as you are pretty much. If they lose another game, they're not going to Atlanta. And there's a decent chance that if they lose another game, they're going to be on the back end of the playoff. And they don't want that because they don't want to go into their other 2 games again, like with Georgia Tech. They don't want to go into a Georgia Tech game at 9-2, where if they have a misstep, they're not going to make the playoff again.
Yeah.
For the second time in 3 years. So they're going to be just as prepared and just as violent as you are. And you have to be ready for that for 60 minutes.
Yeah, I'm with you. And that's kind of where Sark seems like he's trying to figure out. I think Sark's trying to get into the frame of mind that he did not have them prepared last year for this meeting. He had them prepared for the SEC championship game, but he didn't have them prepared for the regular season meeting. I mean, they got buzzsawed hard in the beginning of that game. So Sark, I'll start you off. Sark was asked about, do the meetings, are they getting a little bit more intense? Does it mean more at the end of the season? What is going in as you're meeting with the team? Here's what Sark had to say today.
Well, I just think that, as you grow as a team throughout a season, you start to learn the personality of the individual people in your building, as well as the overall personality of your organization and your team. Every year it's a little bit different. It's not just a rinse and repeat and replicate, and this is exactly who you are. New leaders emerge, personalities change, schematically you evolve. You find out, just kind of who you are. And I think we've learned a lot about our team over that month of being on the road. And so I think that our guys are in a space and of a mind space of, what's important, and what's important is right in front of us. And that was this morning, of how important, this morning's meetings were, how important this morning's walkthrough was, how important this morning's practice was to get us ready for tomorrow. And I think that this team has grown into that. I think early on, we were a little too focused on what was down the road. And I think we've gotten a maturity of a team now that is focused on the task at hand and what's right in front of us. And that's what this game requires. This game against Georgia requires all of its attention that it deserves. And that attention isn't just Saturday night at 7:30. It's the attention that it deserves today at 7:15 this morning in our first team meeting.
So there's Sark talking a little bit more about the team starting to mature a little bit as the season goes on, and that the road trip definitely helped them learn to mature. And, being in a position against Mississippi State where, you could have crumbled, you could have had your season be over, but you came back and fought back. But then, the joy of that moment versus then watching the film the next day and, having that, have to have that real conversation of like, why the hell were we getting beat by a team? Clearly we were better than them. Like, clearly we could do what we wanted. And like, I get they were going to put up some points, but our offense should not have been this bad the entire game. What was wrong? And so I think there's more and more of that. But this, Matt, is a Texas team that, in so many positions, especially offensively, is still really young. And we're seeing Sark now really trying to bring into focus how challenging these next 3 weeks are going to be.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the Mississippi State game was probably the tipping point. But I think one of the things that was actually very good for this team, it's just unfortunate that it happened the way that it happened, was the loss to Florida.
Yeah.
I think that was a real reality check moment for a lot of these guys. And then you go into the Oklahoma game and you're riding the high of it, and like the high of like we're gonna turn our season around right now, and like our backs are against the wall. Then you beat a top 10 team. Then it almost seems like they took a step back, and they were like, okay, we got past Oklahoma, we're gonna breeze through these next couple, and we get ready for Vanderbilt. And then the Kentucky gut check happens. And then you're so worn out, but you go out in Mississippi State and you're getting your ass kicked. I think the combination of those 3 games really really set the reality for what's going on with this Texas team and how they need to change. And I think another part of it too, in that Mississippi State game particularly, was the performance of Arch Manning. Like, the amount of pressure that he faced and the hits that he was taking, and he was still performing and pushing you forward and getting you across the finish line and helping you make a comeback. I think the players, I don't think they ever were really out on him or by any sense of the imagination, but I think that's when they really realized, like, oh, this is our guy. Like,
yeah,
he's the dude. Like, he's the dude. We're 100% behind him now. He's our leader, blah, blah, blah. So I think that played a major role. And then, obviously the injuries also played a factor in the outcomes of that game and the outcome of the Vanderbilt game at the end. But it just seems like over the last few weeks, particularly starting with Florida, it was like it was the exact combination of things that needed to happen for this Texas team to realize what they were capable of and what they needed to do going forward into the final stretch of their schedule. And if any of those things are different, maybe it doesn't work out this way. But it's interesting to think about for sure. And now it seems like they finally know what they have to do to get across the finish line. Hopefully they can do it.
Yeah, and I'll play this next clip. Is Sark was asked about, the kind of concept of every week is an SEC championship game week. Every week is a championship game week. And I think it's worth noting, which is a little bit interesting, that's not, and he'll say in the clip, we've been dealing with that for 3 years and there's been points. When they played Georgia last year, they lost and made the playoffs. They played Georgia in the SEC championship game, lost and made the playoffs. They were not quite in the situation they're at now with the 2 losses, with the loss to a Florida team who we'll get into, God, just doesn't even care anymore. I mean, get beat that bad by Kentucky? Come on now. But we, like, every week, there's a different backup against the wall of Texas this year playing Georgia that it wasn't really in last year, where you are the fear and the concern and whatever you want to call it, the worry that you could have of, man, we're about to go play a really good team. It changes a little bit more from last year, where maybe even though they felt like they were the predator, I think Texas thought they were also going to be the predator in that one. And I think they came into that thinking, no, we're going to go put up a fight. And maybe now you realize, guys, we need to go play in this and take a different kind of mindset in this, where we need to be aware of what we're going up against versus and understand what's on the line in this game. Here's Sark talking about knowing what's on the line every single week and letting that help fortify you.
It's the way we've been the last 3 years, Since we lost to Florida, the first bullet point when I talked to the team about what it takes is this is an SEC championship game. And that went back now for the last month. And so this week's not different that way. It's not like we're putting more into it than that. It is what it is. If we want to play in an SEC championship game, we got to win Saturday night. It just is what it is. And so let's focus on what we need to do today to make that happen.
And there's Sark giving the, again, short but big answer. That's what we've been dealing with. They did do that. They really kind of did that 4 years in a row. Because going back to the Big 12, they needed help in that Big 12 year, the one before the final one. They needed to have some help. It didn't end up happening. So they don't make the Big 12 championship game. The next year, they do take care of business, but they had those last few weeks. Guys, we got to win our games, and we can still get in. We can still make this happen, and they do. Last year, it's you beat Georgia, or you lose to Georgia, and then it's like, hey, guys, we're officially in it now. If we lose another game, we're out. And they're able to get it done, and they're able to stay in there and play for the SEC championship. This year, it felt like it came on way earlier than anybody wanted to with that Florida loss, that you have to go back up against the wall, and you can't put every game's a championship week at that point. That was your first SEC game. So you couldn't really just all of a sudden go, guys, every single week is you can put, you're supposed to be winning games, but when you start to put that extra emphasis on it, you can overwhelm the players. It can lose meaning by the time you get to here. And it feels like, I think Vanderbilt, they probably started that narrative a little bit more of every week is a championship week. And now you get these last 3 games, and it very much feels like every week is the championship game. Because they could be. Other than Arkansas, but Arkansas is still a rivalry to Arkansas, and they're going to come in hard. You are playing teams that, hell, if you do make it the SEC championship game, you might be playing these guys again.
Yeah, it's. I think you're right. I think that if you start that too early in the season, that it can lose its meaning, because either that or you just get worn out mentally. Because if you start that at the end of September, it's like by the time you're in November, you're already like how much longer do we have to keep doing this? Like, I'm putting that, and then So you're probably right. I think that it really started after the Mississippi State game, where they were like, "See, guys, if you don't approach things every week as if your season is on the line, that can happen. And if we don't get a punt return from Ryan Niblett to tie the game up, our season's over. We got lucky. So you have to approach this season as if your life is on the line for the rest of the way." And that's what they did against Vanderbilt until, Diego Pavia just became, unstoppable in the fourth quarter and, pushed you to the edge a little bit closer than you wanted to be. But you saw that killer instinct in the first 3 quarters. And you saw the playbook open up because Sark himself kind of realized, like, I can't be as conservative or set things up as much as I want to. I have to just be aggressive. And that's exactly what they did. And it ended up working out really well for him. So now you go to Georgia and you kind of have to take the mentality of, this is Atlanta. We're an hour from Atlanta, an hour and a half from Atlanta, but this is Atlanta. This is our SEC championship. Mm-hmm. And the next week against Arkansas, they're not going to make a bowl game. I don't know what their record is, but maybe they're not going to make a bowl game. This is Atlanta. Like, every game from here on out is Atlanta.
Yeah.
And the Texas A&M game, I mean, hell, if you're 9-2 heading into the Texas A&M game, that's going to probably be the most mentally exhausting game that you play in all season long. So it's really going to be a testament of how they're built. Like, it's going to be a test. Like, are you equipped mentally enough to handle these next 3 weeks? Because if you're not, we may be going home and we may not be in the CFP, and we're going to be labeled as the most disappointing, preseason number 1 in a long time. And that kind of sucks.
Yeah, I mean, in JSDTX, I get I get the worry about Sark and Kirby being able to get Sark. I mean, the thing I'll say back to that is Sark out game planned Kirby in the second meeting, and then Carson Beck got hurt. And when Carson Beck got hurt, then it just changed the game, and defensively they weren't ready for Gunnar Stockton. And so he was able to get going, and things just kind of took a turn at that point. So I would go with, I get the one game. Yes. Kirby had a much better game plan, had his guys much more ready to play. I think Sark is more ready for that now because I saw him be much more ready for it in the SEC championship game last year. And then circumstances changed in the middle of it, and, it came out. I'll give you, it's really, you're not going to probably outcoach Kirby Smart, but can you not be outcoached is kind of the other side of that. And I think he did a much better job in the SEC championship game. It just, the Gunnar Stockton coming in and just playing really good, he was not prepared. I think he'll be more prepared this year. I'll say that.
Yeah, and also you have to remember that Bert Auburn had a chance to win that game and he blew it. But I do buy into the idea of coaches having a mental block against certain teams or certain other coaches, but I don't buy into the idea that is the thing with Sark and Kirby after playing each other twice. Like, I think that's built over a longer period of time. Like Ryan Day against Jim Harbaugh, for example.
Yeah.
That's a mental block. Or, Mac Brown against Bob Stoops for a little while there. So like those things can happen, but I think it's far too early in their history against one another for that to be a thing right now. I don't believe that to be the case at all.
No, I'm with you. So that's, I get it. I do get worried if he can, but the SEC championship game, actually remembering that. Yeah, Joe, I think that remembering that and how that actually panned out quells that a little bit for me. Now, if you're talking about chess, it's everybody's move. And now Kirby Smart go, well, we got away with one last time, but now I got to be more prepared. So We'll see how that one goes. And far as Rodney and being afraid of the Aggies are really good. I'm not worried about that game right now because it is still 2 weeks away, 3 weeks away. And I'm much more worried about Georgia in the meantime, because if Georgia beats the crap out of us, who cares about the Aggie? I mean, like, I want to win it, but it really changes the way you're walking into that game, because you're walking that game for pride in one side, and the other way is you're walking into that game with a shot at going to the SEC championship game. And Matt said he has a playoff or a SEC championship tiebreaker. So we'll do that more tomorrow. We'll play a little bit more with that one tomorrow and start to get into what scenarios they could still get in. But that's the Aggies are really good. And we'll talk about what they did at Missouri and the credit they get. Like, the Aggies are playing really good football, but Georgia's also really, really, really talented. One of the things Sark was asked about is game planning for a team this week where you get to go up against Kentucky, you get to go up against Mississippi State, and you go up against Vanderbilt, and you win all those games. But the game plan's a little different because you have more talent. You know you do. You have better tacklers, you have better speed, you have better minds, you have bigger bodies, you have all of these things. So now their schemes may work and they may have that, but talent-wise, you know you're in this game with the lead. You don't have that against Georgia. Georgia's also got 5 stars. Georgia's also got impeccable talent and great coaches and all the things they do. So how do you game plan differently for a team that has all of those things going for him? Here's what Sark had to say for that.
Try to put your players in the best position to be successful. You know, I think that we can't ever lose sight of that. You know, sometimes you can put in plays or defenses or special teams plays on a whiteboard that look good, but the matchups matter. And so you're always trying to find favorable matchups. You're always trying to put your players in position to have success. And that's no different than any other game. But again, you got to look at the matchups because you got to try to create favorable matchups. You got to try to create favorable angles for yourself to create positive plays. It's not just about how does it look on a whiteboard. It's really the circle on defense. Who is that guy? What number is he, and what is he good at? Compared to the circle that you have on offense or defense, whatever it is, the matchups definitely matter in games like this.
So Sark mentioning there about how do you deal with a team and game plan for somebody with similar talent, and this goes back to game planning against Kirby Smart. It's all about finding where our strengths are hitting their weaknesses, and where do we find matchups of how can I, especially for Sark, how can I move Ryan Wingo or DeAndre Moore or Emmett Mosley into the right matchup? How can I move guys around and get into a favorable piece where I feel my player matches up well with theirs? How can I take my offensive line that has struggled a lot and get them in a play and set things up to where we're not having to deal with a mass amount of mismatches on their favor? And that's going to be the big piece for Sark in this game, is trying to figure out where those small weaknesses are, where the pieces are for Georgia, and being able to work yourself into favorable matchups on the offensive side of the ball.
Yeah, your margin for error in this game is extremely slim. One of the things that Georgia has struggled with this year is giving up explosive plays in the passing game. But a lot of those plays are not due to missed tackles, which I think was obviously the big deal with the Vanderbilt game. Is the one safety missed 6 tackles, and a lot of those led to explosive plays. What Georgia does really well defensively in particular is they rally to the football and they don't miss very many tackles. You can get them on a busted coverage occasionally, and you can get open against them. But as soon as you catch the ball, there's going to be 4 or 5 guys in your face, and you're not going to get very many yak yards unless you beat them deep. So those are the kinds of things that Sark is going to have to figure out how to do. And Patrick is right. Like this isn't a situation where with like Mississippi State or Kentucky or Vanderbilt, where it's just like a lot of guys that play really, really hard and like they have traits, they're fast or they're big or whatever.
They get schemed, the scheme works and all of that.
Yeah, like specifically with Mississippi State secondary. It's like you got the Kelly Jones kid who's like 6'4", 205 pounds, and is like the fastest guy in the field. And he's really hard to get past, but he also has other things that like you can exploit that, can get you past him or whatever. Georgia doesn't have any of that. All these guys are, the vast majority of the players on both sides of the ball are going to play in the NFL. They're not necessarily complete players, but in terms of like skill set, talent, package wise, they have everything you could possibly want. There's not a discernible weakness in their game. You just have to out scheme them in a way that gives you an advantage, which is so hard to do against this team. And that's why they're so good. Like the one team that was able to do that against them enough to win the game was Alabama, who, everybody thinks might be the best football team in the country. So you have to play your best football game. You have to get creative. You have to find things that you can exploit that probably most teams haven't been able to exploit so far this year. Like Ole Miss was able to move the ball against them.
Yeah.
How do you replicate that?
Yes. And that's,
you don't necessarily have the wide receiver talent that Ole Miss has across the board and depth wise, but you're pretty close. Yeah. So maybe you can find ways to do that. But it's going to be really difficult.
And if you want to look at the positive too, a bye week, you had 2 weeks to watch the film on every game they've played. You've really got to break down the matchups that worked well for you, and they get a week of doing it. And I get they have other people who can work those games, but they played a game this weekend. They were playing Mississippi State. They could not take that game lightly, and it doesn't look like they did. It looks like they were very prepared and ready for that one. So I think that you have a little advantage in that side of it. I will tell you this, that if you want to look at the one stat that is probably the most troubling to me of why this game scares me a ton and why I will have to really decide on who I'm picking at the end of this week and what I think, is through this point of the season, Texas has not led at the end of 4 quarters in a true road game. They have not. They've lost 2. They've gone to overtime in 2. They're 2-2. They've won the 2 overtime games. But not once have we, at the end of 4 quarters in a true road game, been up and just walked away with a smile. Not once in 4 different times. That, to me, and by the way, 3 of those teams are below 500. 3 of those teams are not very good. Now, Kentucky and Mississippi State, we get it. Those are harder ones to play. Florida just got destroyed by Kentucky. So those 2 games, like, they're not the types of teams where you go, well, it's been really hard. Ohio State is Ohio State. Fine. But you have not been a good road team. Just haven't been. Now, you beat Oklahoma, but you had half of your fans there. Changes the atmosphere. A whole different atmosphere. It is not a true road game. So that, to me, scares me the most is, can this team actually go on the road and play a good game? Because they haven't so far this season really played a good game in a true road game. So, and especially not 60 minutes of one. Here's Sark being asked if playing on the road and having that stretch maybe help them. By the end of that, they start to solidify a little bit more of what they need to do on the road. Because that, to me, right now for Texas, out of everything and the matchups and all that other stuff, I think a lot of that is kind of a push. Where you can say, there's a reason why I can believe Texas can win. There's a reason why I can believe Georgia can win. And here's why I think Texas has played better in certain moments and why I think Georgia hasn't. But I will tell you one thing. Georgia's really good at home, and Texas has not been good on the road. So here's what we'll say. Here's what Sark had to say about playing on the road and what they've kind of already learned from their experiences so far this season.
I think at the end of the day, one of the key components on the road is trying to minimize the self-inflicted wounds. And when you look at the two losses that we had, we had opportunities at Ohio State to really change the complexion of that game. And I think part of that is red zone efficiency offensively. I think, too, the ball. We didn't win the turnover battle in either of those games. So those are two main components there. I do think in both those games there were things to take away from that I was proud of. I thought our guys showed great poise and composure late in both of those games where we got the ball with an opportunity to either tie or go win those games. Now, we didn't capitalize, but I think we learned a lot about ourselves in our fight. Even though we were probably a more immature team at those times, I think those games helped us later in the year when we were in some of those other tighter games on the road. So ideally, starting a little faster will help us. But again, this game's going to take all 60 minutes. It doesn't matter who gets the lead early, as we found out playing these guys in the past. This is going to be a 60-minute game.
So there's Sark talking about some of the road struggles and what they need to do, being solidified, fast starts. You got to get going. You can't allow the crowd to be able to really feel good in that. Happened at Mississippi State. They started getting going, and all of a sudden you feel like you're out of it. It's going to feel that way with Texas against Georgia, Matt. It just feels like this is one of those games where you do really, really, really have to play like a more veteran team than you are, because minimizing mistakes on the road is huge, and Georgia makes mistakes.
Yeah, this is that's why I said after the last clip, like your margin for error in this game is 0.
Yes.
You can't afford to turn the ball over. And fortunately for Texas, they've been very good in that department over the last few weeks.
Yeah.
Really all season offensively. They haven't turned the ball over a whole lot. I think their highest was against Florida with 2 turnovers. They had the one against Mississippi State that bounced off Parker Livingston's hands. They didn't turn the ball over against Vanderbilt. Arch has been really good protecting the football. You 100% have to continue that in this football game, because Georgia is arguably the best team at home in college football. I believe there's something like 35-1 in their last 36 home games. And the one loss was this season to Alabama. They lost by 3 points.
Yeah.
I want to say there's something like 51-2 in their last 53 home games or something like that. Like, they win at home. They find ways to beat you at home. Like I said, Ole Miss had them down 2 scores in the fourth quarter. Next thing you knew, boom, they won by 8. So this team does not make very many mistakes in Athens. They don't give up very many in Athens. So you're going to have to go take everything in this game. And the only way to do that is to protect the football and win in all 3 phases. And that's a very, very, very difficult thing to do against the Georgia Bulldogs.
I do think it's funny too. Sark was asked, and I don't have the clip, but Sark was basically asked of, 51 and 50, 51 out of the last 52 games that they have played at their home, they win. But Alabama had a streak like that, and y'all went in and broke that. Do you use that to show the example that it can be done? And Sark's like, no. And but that kind of goes to the thing of, I think Sark's kind of trying to, when you get some of these questions, Sark goes, this team isn't lacking confidence. They're lacking reality, maybe at times, but they're not lacking confidence. They're not walking into practice thinking they can't beat Georgia. And man, it's going to be really hard to win that game. I need to let them know how hard it is going to be to win that game. They believe they're going to win it. I don't have to instill that part in them. That's there. I have to instill, if you throw one pick, we're probably losing. Or if you fumble the football, we're probably losing. Or if you guys pick up 3 false starts, we might lose this game. Like that. Or if you just reach out one time and grab a guy by a face mask on a 3rd down, we might lose this game. Like that. I need to instill every little thing you do is going to be so much bigger than what it was in some of these other games that we've gotten lucky about.
Well, and not only that, you have to force the issue as well. You have to do things and go above and beyond to win this football game. Maybe you didn't have to do that against Vanderbilt or Kentucky. You were able to do just enough to make sure that you outplayed them. but you're going to have to force a couple turnovers in this game. You're going to have to fall on a fumble. You're going to have to probably intercept Gunnar Stockton once or maybe twice. That's the only thing that's going to really help you get over the finish line. And even if you do that, they're 51-2 in their last 53 home games.
Yeah.
They're going to find a way. You have to stand your ground and make them beat themselves, which is something this Texas team really hasn't. It's one of the things they have not done all season long, with the exception of maybe the Oklahoma game.
I will say the positive. So I told you the negative is the road game, and that's what scares me. The positive, I will say, is he was asked about Ryan Wingo, Michael Taft, Jelani McDonald, 3 guys that were out, and he's like, they all practiced. They all should be good to go. We don't even know if we'll see them on the injury report. We'll see on Wednesday evening, if they're on the injury report. But the report, I mean, from what he said today, it seems like they're all good. Seems like they're all going to be ready to play this week, which is really, really big, because Sark was asked about cleaning up the secondary a little bit, that it's been able to get picked apart a little bit in the last couple of weeks. We've seen blown coverages. We've seen big plays. We saw Mississippi State do it early. We saw Vanderbilt do it late. So this defense, who again, defense has to be the defense we saw early in the year. Defense has to be the defense we saw against Ohio State. That defense needs to show up in this game. That really slows them down and doesn't make it so Texas offense has to go in there and put up 35 points to win the game. Make it so it's 21. Make it a little bit easier on you. Don't do that. So Sark was asked about cleaning it up a little bit in the secondary and the defense, and allowing some of those leaks and blown coverages that we've seen the last few weeks. How do you get that cleared up? Here's what Sark had to say.
Well, let's start with getting 16 back, getting 4 back, okay, getting 17 back healthy. I mean, those 3 guys are factors for us. And Grayson Littleton, having, that as a true freshman, playing the amount of snaps he's playing, I think him having a bye week to kind of get his body refreshed is big for him. But all those guys that I touch on affect what we do on the perimeter, because that's everybody playing on the same accord. That's everybody, working together. That's the communication and the communicating with confidence. And so I do think Manny, Jalen, and Cade Phillips growing up, I do think their play is affected by what we do inside. When you have to try to protect things inside, that puts guys a little bit more on islands on the perimeter. But I think if we can play as one as a unit, we're pretty good back there. And so getting 16 and 4 and 17, healthy, the emergence of Jonah, I think, has been helpful for us as well. So very confident in that unit, and looking forward to them play Saturday night.
There's Sark giving, well, what would help is if we had our safeties healthy. That would help us. Because I think the Mississippi State game is one thing. I think the Vanderbilt game was very much different. I agree with that the Vanderbilt game was more, you lost your safeties, and that's going to end up being a problem. That being said, you have more experience now of what it's like, and you need to have your backups ready. You need to have those guys really honed down. If something happens, if Michael Taft goes out there and something happens and he's just not able to finish the game, we can't start to have lapses. If someone does get popped or whatever happens in the game, you guys got to be able to come in and carry your weight. But it does feel like the worry there maybe isn't so much about the lack of talent or the lack of knowledge as, we just got really beat up in that Vanderbilt game, that they took advantage of it.
Yeah, obviously, I think that Michael Taft, specifically being back there, played a big role, because he's responsible for helping everybody get aligned and being in the right place at the right time. And he's so good at that it makes a major difference. Jelani McDonald, not to the same extent, but obviously a major factor with him going out against Vanderbilt. And you've seen what this passing defense has been able to do against teams like Ohio State. Oklahoma, they made John Mateer, they made his life miserable. But really after that, even Kentucky had some success back there. So I'm a little bit more concerned, I think, than I guess Sark is, or maybe he's just not showing it, because you did get passed on against Kentucky. Mm-hmm. And then over the last 2 weeks against Mississippi State and Vanderbilt, you gave up 27 explosive plays, 747 yards through the air, which is an average of 373.5 yards per game. And like, I think 8 or 9 touchdowns through the air. So I don't know that I'm like, having both of them back is going to be huge, and it's going to be a much different unit, and they're going to play better. I have no doubt about that. But it still gives me a little bit of concern that like Cutter Boley was able to throw the football on them at Kentucky.
Yeah.
And then how that plays into the future with Jelani McDonald and Michael Taft probably both gone after this year. And I don't want to think about that yet. But and here's the other thing too. Like Diego Pavia's Diego Pavia. Blake Shapen's fine. Cutter Boley is okay. John Mateer, I think, is wildly overrated. I think he's just an average quarterback. Gunnar Stockton's the best quarterback you've played all season. And it's really not even close. Like, I know Julian Sain's leading the Heisman race right now. That's not the Julian Sain that you're seeing today was not the Julian Sain that you saw in week 1. It's not even close. This is going to be your biggest challenge against a quarterback that you've seen all season long. How do they handle it? I don't know. It's going to be really challenging because I texted this to Patrick like halfway joking, but also like when I said it, I was terrified typing it out. It's like Gunnar Stockton is basically discount Sam Ehlinger. And what I mean by that is like they play very similarly, but also he just wills you to death. Like he's going to will his team to whatever he needs to do. He's going to put his team on his back to win a football game, whether it's through the air, whether it's through his legs. It's going to be really, really challenging. And that the way that secondary is played over the last 3 games is very concerning to me.
It is. It is. And then the biggest point of none of it will matter if these guys do not show up again like they did against Vanderbilt is the offensive line. That it has been a struggle all season long. And while Georgia doesn't have a great pass rush, they do affect things. And they will slow your run game down. And if you can't run on a team, it's going to be really hard to beat them. So while their pass rush, they haven't got the sack numbers, they are being somewhat effective. And I mean, they're winning games. We'll give them that. But this is Sark was asked today about the confidence in his offensive line now with Cole Hudson and Connor Robertson, if he had a little bit more confidence.
Yeah, no, I think that it's, these guys have all evolved, and, our tackles, I think, for the most part, have played pretty good this year. Now, can they get better? Of course. We're always trying to get those guys better. I've said about the last 2 to 3 weeks, we're getting the best version of DJ Campbell that we've gotten since we've been here. And you never know what an injury can do for you. But with Cole being out 2 different times this year, it's kind of pushed Connor Robertson in at center. And all he's done is play pretty good for us. And so when Cole came back to put him at left guard, I think it gave everybody a little bit of sense of confidence. Like, hey, now we really have some players in here that have some experience that are playing as a unit rather than as individuals. The offensive line is about a unit, and how do you play collectively together? And I thought we were able to do that against Vanderbilt. I thought they played really well. I don't know if there was just some superhuman efforts where guys were just playing out of their mind, but man, they played pretty good together. We picked up blitzes much better than we had all year, and I think that's a sign of maturity and communication and trust that I think having those guys in there. And I think that's probably the sense and feeling that we have as a coaching staff, and Coach Flood, myself. I think there's a real sense of trust in the 5 that are out there right now that they're going to be able to execute at maybe a little higher level than we were executing earlier in the season.
So there's Sark. Confidence. He has it. He has it in the offensive line, Matt. He has confidence that they figured it out, that those guys are getting there, and they're, Brandon Baker's playing better, and now that Cole Hudson's there, it's going to help bring it back, and Connor Robertson stepping into that role and starting to play a little bit better. Is that real? Is that because I don't have any confidence in them still. I think I feel better than I feel better about it. But my confidence, if I had to put a number on my confidence on this Texas offensive line in the last 3 weeks of the season, right now it's at like a 3. I still have zero real confidence in this team. What about you, Matt? Are you a little bit higher now? Is it like a 5 for you? Are you feeling better? But is this just maybe I gotta see it? I gotta see it.
Well, I certainly wouldn't blame anybody whose confidence level was at a 3, because I mean, what are we now in week 12?
Yeah.
And Texas is 7-2. Through the first 9 games, it was really bad. Even against Oklahoma, where they dominated that game, the offensive line didn't play particularly well. Trey Wisner was able to make some things happen. Arch Manning was able to make things happen with his legs, get outside of the pocket, and take advantage of the Oklahoma secondary. Not going to be able to do that against Georgia. So I don't blame you for feeling that way. One of the things that I noticed about the Vanderbilt game is everything just seemed cleaner.
It did.
Guys knew where they were supposed to be. They knew what the matchups were, what the protections were, who they were supposed to hand off to the other guy, and then change their assignment to somewhere else. All of those things looked so much cleaner with Cole Hudson at left guard and Connor Robertson at center. But then it's like, yeah, that's also Vanderbilt's defensive line.
Yeah.
And Vanderbilt has a good defense. Nobody's taking anything away from Vanderbilt.
Yeah.
But those aren't the 5-star all-world talents that Georgia brings in on the defensive line on a regular basis. So how's that going to translate not only to the Georgia defensive line and linebackers, but to their scheme defensively with Kirby Smart and how he dials things up against Sark, and on the road in a hostile environment when it's going to be cold and all this different stuff? I don't know. So that's a very long-winded way of saying, yeah, I kind of need to see it. I'm a lot more confident than I otherwise would have been. I will say that. Like if I had seen the same Texas offensive line against Vanderbilt that I had seen in the previous 8 games, I'd have been like, oh, they're screwed. There's no way they're going to get by Georgia.
Yeah.
But it's something. So I'm probably at like a 5, maybe 6.
Yeah. I think that for me is, I don't know if Vanderbilt necessarily did enough. Like, it's not even that the players aren't as 5 stars or whatever else. I think it's just they kind of just went at them like, oh, we'll just beat them. And that's somewhat what Ohio State did week 1 when their offensive line looked pretty good. Was we're not going to trick and stunt and come around and show different looks and try and do all stuff. They didn't do a ton of it. They did a little, but not a ton. So it made it to where maybe it was a little bit easier on this Texas offensive line to identify. And if Kirby Smart wants to, he can go in there and go, oh, I'm a defensive mastermind. You're not going to, I can throw everything at you. And what are you going to do?
Well, also, I think that something needs to be said for how well Trey Wisner played in pass protection against Vanderbilt.
Yep.
He was unbelievable in pass protection in that game, and that played a huge difference. So is he going to be able to do the same things against the Georgia linebackers coming on a blitz that he did against the Vanderbilt linebackers? I don't know. I mean, I believe in him. I think he's going to play really hard, but it's a lot different when, CJ Allen's running through the gap rather than whoever the Vanderbilt linebacker is. I mean, no disrespect to the guy, but I don't remember his name. So that's also something to consider. Like, how much of that is going to play a factor in the running backs? Because in other games like Kentucky and Mississippi State, they weren't all that great in the running backs weren't all that great in pass protection.
Yeah. No, I'm with you.
I do want to answer Namon's question real quick, if you don't mind, Patrick. I would highly advise against this. The question is, hey, Matt, can we bring McDonald up into the box to spy their QB? I would highly advise against this because I think that you need everybody back there playing as a unit as much as you possibly can. Georgia has 3 or 4 really, really good receivers. like really good receivers. And you need Jelani McDonald's pass coverage and playmaking ability back there as often as you possibly can. Like, he's going to play a role in the running game, and he's going to go down into the box and help stop the run. But you want Anthony Hill or Anthony Smith or somebody like that spying Gunnar Stockton. You can't have one of your safeties doing that or your star doing that or something like that, because then they're just going to eat you up.
Yeah, it goes to me is that's robbing Peter to pay Paul. That's the reality of it is, well, we're just going to let them pick and choose. So once we have McDonald coming down and spying, already Taft, if I'm going to do it with one of them, I'd also do it with Taft, because Taft's better playing down than McDonald is a little bit. But I don't want to do it with either one of them. I want them to be back in coverage. And I mean, if you follow the point where you're playing 7 guys up front and they're still just doing whatever they want to you, Gunnar Stockton's getting 15, 20 every play, you're going to lose that game no matter what. You can't, you don't have enough people to be able to take anybody out of anywhere, because Gunnar Stockton's a good enough quarterback to make you pay for that on the back end. And so at the end of the day, I like the creativity of it, Naman. I like the creativity of it, but I don't think you can take anything out of your secondary right now, especially because we just talked about, I don't think the secondary's played that great in the last few weeks. Like, I'm not taking anything out of there. I think your D lines played better. I think your linebackers have played better than the secondary the last couple of weeks. So I'm leaving everybody back there. The big one for that is, how much do you have to drop Anthony Hill into coverage that then allows them to get a better running game, that then allows Gunnar Stockton to be able to move a little bit more, because now there's not the same pressure. That is the one of robbing Peter to pay Paul that they've done a lot this season, and has allowed for guys to have a little bit more time and a little bit, to get outside a little bit easier, is dropping linebackers in coverage, just trying to, take things away, and maybe the front end not getting it done there.
Yeah, I completely agree. Like, that's why I keep saying this is going to be an extremely difficult matchup for Texas defensively. Like, there's no good way to defend Georgia other than just beating them straight up. Like, you win your one-on-one matchup, and all those different things. It's very hard to dial up pressure against them, because Gunnar Stockton can get to the outside and throw on the run, or if you rush the outside with the edges, then he's going to be able to sneak up into those rushing lanes and take off. I'm trying to find their sack numbers real quick. I mean, they've only given up 11 sacks this year. I mean, like, they don't do it a lot. So I wouldn't necessarily invest too much time into, like, I'm not saying don't blitz Anthony Hill, because I think you do that a few times, like, at the right moment. But there's no easy way to defend this team. And I think you need as many guys back there against these 2 tight ends that they have that are both really good, and all these receivers this isn't the same Georgia team you played last year by any stretch of the imagination.
No, these
receivers catch footballs all the time. Like, Zachariah Branch is an explosive play waiting to happen.
Yep.
They're really, really, really sound in so many different ways. And the tight ends specifically, like, do you remember the idea that we had before Jatavion Sanders went to the NFL of Jatavion Sanders plus another tight end in 12 personnel would be amazing? Georgia's got like 3 of those guys. Yeah. Lawson Lucky, 2 other guys. Like, there's nothing you can really do that's going to match up very well against that, other than just beating them straight up, which, good luck.
Good luck. All right, let's take our first break here, Matt. We come back, we'll get talk some Texas basketball real quick about what that team is looking like after they played a team that they should have beaten instead of a very, very good Duke team. We got to see what the Texas basketball team is. We'll talk a little bit about that. We will get into talking about the other games around college football and in the SEC this weekend. Talk a little bit more about that. A little NFL talk. Brian Daboll lost his job today. Talk about that. and whatever else you guys want to get into. It is Georgia week this week. We'll have some guests on later this week to talk more Georgia, but since it's a bye week, a lot of Georgia talk going to be all week long, and we'll keep it going here an hour or two when we come back here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
At Sleep Cycle Center, we can treat your sleep apnea in various ways. My story starts 15 years ago with the loss of my father to undiagnosed, untreated sleep apnea. And this is a very preventable disease, and treatment options are various. Millions of people across America have sleep apnea, and they fail to realize the early warning signs. Fatigue, daytime sleepiness, and snoring are the most common signs. We'll find the best solution using advanced technology, oral and epigenetic appliances, or CPAP. We offer weight loss, oral surgery, and laser treatments. Schedule your appointment today and get your sleep evaluation.
If you're looking to remodel a kitchen, renovate your bathroom, or maybe add some new life to your outdoor space, reach out to our friends at McCall Custom Homes. They are custom home builders and renovators here in Central Texas, and they've been doing it in Central Texas for more than 40 years. It's a father-son team with a ton of experience, and all of that experience is here in the Austin area. So they know what it takes to turn an Austin area home into something truly, truly special. Right now, our friends at McCall Custom Homes are offering free estimates to TSU listeners so they can come out to your place, hear your vision, they can tell you what they can do, and then you can go from there. Don't just take my word for it. Check out their website, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. Look at the gallery of jobs they've done over the last 4 decades. And then when you're ready, again, reach out to them and they will come to you. McCallCustomHomesATX.com, or you can call or text Mike McCall directly at 512-633-9580. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home.
Field goal, end zone, interception.
What's up, kid?
Just trying to write a new commercial for audiovisual consultations. You know, football season is about to start.
Okay, so what have you got so far?
Roses are red, violets are blue, football is awesome, our installations are too.
Yeah, I don't think you're getting what I want.
Okay, how about my football lies over the ocean?
Boy.
Yeah, I guess I just don't really understand this sport. Like, think about hockey, a sport played by real men. Fights, no TV timeouts, and no flopping.
Yeah, that's why Audiovisual installs systems so that every customer feels like they're right there on the field.
People's love for football might be hard to understand, but ABC can tackle any residential or home improvement to get you ready for the big game.
Now you're getting it.
Ready for the halftime show?
What?
Hug your kids, laugh with strangers, and make love to whoever the hell you want.
Just call us at 255-8678. That's 512-255-8678.
Welcome back into Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Myself, Patrick Davis, alongside Matt Galatzan of Texas Longhorns on SI. And, of course, you, the third member of Open Gym. Text line's open, 512-222-9328. And over on the chat, Facebook, Twitch, X, and on YouTube. Appreciate you guys hanging with us on a Monday. Some good stuff there. Woodcrest in there. Have Smith, Spy, Spockton, while Hill and Simmons come off the edges. Yeah, I don't know how much Hill's going to blitz in this game. I think if you're doing it, you're probably not bringing off the edges a ton. You're probably bringing Anthony Hill. They really like, and what I love having him on is delayed blitzes up the middle.
I like that a lot.
The one where you trust him to, when he sees the play and he feels he can make the play, then go do it. But it doesn't kill you in a run game. It lets him be very effective in the run game as well. But it does, I love those blitzes from him because he's so electric and fast that by the time the quarterback sees that he's coming, it's usually too late. And even if he doesn't get the sack, there's still usually not a throw in that play. They're not getting a big play out of it. They may now, unless they break it out and get outside, but if you're in your rushing lanes, it should be fine. But I love those delayed blitzes up the middle from Anthony Hill. He's so good at it because he just knows the right moment to do it. He sees the hole when it's there, and he is so explosive.
Yeah, I mean that's using Anthony Hill's gifts to your strength. He is so big and so athletic and so strong and so fast that he's built for that kind of thing, and he's such a good decision maker. And that's why I think a lot of these delayed blitzes are probably spying assignments also, where he's just like, oh, this dude's hanging in the pocket. I'm faster than him. I'm going to go run him down. He's not going to be able to get outside on me. That may be a little bit different with Gunnar Stockton. because he can move a little bit more, but I do expect to see a lot of those things because he is so good at it.
Matt, we did get to see over the oh, by the way, we also saw Chan on the text line. With my man Chan said he's cautiously optimistic about our offensive line on Saturday evening. That is the best thing I've seen Chan. I feel like he still thinks we're going to lose by 50, but he believes the offensive line will not be the fault. I know Chan has been nervous all season long. I don't blame you for a lot of it, Chan. You were correct to be nervous for much of the season, but and this one, there is absolutely, if you were like cakewalk, then I'd have to worry about you, because then something's loose in your brain if you think this one's going to be a cakewalk. I don't think there's any way anybody's think, oh yeah, Texas is going to walk into Athens and have no problem. First road game, they're going to really show up and just ball out in.
Yeah, nobody has been able to do that to Georgia since Kirby Smart has been there, so it's safe to assume that nobody's going to walk into Athens and have an easy one.
But Texas basketball did have an easy one this weekend. 97-60 victory on Saturday over the Lafayette Leopards. We saw this game. We got to see a little bit more. They changed the starting lineup in this game. Kendall Weaver gets pulled out of the starting lineup for Jordan Pope, which I think we saw really the issue of what Sean Miller wants to run for his offense. He needs to have a guard to be able to do that. Like, and I know I keep comparing this because to me, it was something that maybe Tyrese Halliburton didn't get the credit for last season, but why Indiana was to be in the finals. Like, why were they there? Because Tyrese Halliburton ran that type of offense as well as anyone ever has, where it was as soon as he got the ball, he had his eyes downfield or down court and was just kicking the ball down court over and over again and beating defenses over and over and over again. And I think there was a part of that where he wants to kind of do that. The problem is he doesn't have that guard right now. And so it's really hard to run an offense to get the ball down the court when everybody keeps getting the ball and then just dribbling up the court at a regular pace. And you're like, this is literally the opposite of what we just talked about. We want to try and get the ball up the court. And sometimes they dribble up quicker, but you're like, dribbling doesn't take the defense off their edge, because while you're dribbling, everyone else is getting set. Everyone else is getting ready. When you pass the ball, it makes everybody have to move differently. So the whole key is to pass the ball. It's faster than you running. It's faster than you dribbling. It's way harder to defend if you make a good pass to the right people. And they just haven't really done that well this season. So you put in Jordan Pope. He did okay, but he's not that guy either. Simeon Welcher played roughly the same amount of minutes as him. He's done okay. Maybe Welcher, maybe Pope will figure this offense out as the season goes on. It's still very early, but it doesn't feel like this team is just missing that piece of that guard to make that offense really start to click. They just maybe don't have that piece. They're going to have to keep going. I heard Zay talking about it earlier about Dalen Swain having having the ball in his hands is good. I think it's the same thing I thought about Tremont Mark. He may be the best at doing it, but it makes him a worse player to do, because now you're putting him in, because you want the ball in Dalen Swain's hands. That guy has real good potential to be something special for Texas. But if you're making him carry the ball up and pass the ball constantly, he's not going to get it in the position to be the guy to go score until there's 8 seconds on the shot clock and people can play defense more intently at that point on you. So I think that I don't like it because I'd like him to be somewhere else on the court, but they're just going to have to figure that out as the season goes on. We know that Modest has turned out to be a big hit. I think by the end of the season, that guy's going to be a problem for people because he is just able to get inside and, use his body and his strength. As his footwork gets better throughout the season, his touch gets a little bit better. He is going to be a problem for people, Matt. He is really going to be there. And I like you see, there's a ton of potential. There's an offense that put up 97 points. I mean, even when they were playing really well, Texas wasn't necessarily always putting up close to 100 on people in the last iteration. So I think there's a lot of positives, again, you can take out of this. But the identity of the team that we were trying to sell and that Sean Miller's been trying to sell feels like we're a bit away from that right now.
I mean, what are they, 2 games in now?
Yeah, only 2 games in.
So I agree with you. I think that the more that you, and this is also kind of why I don't like changing starting lineups all the time and fluid starting lineups, especially when you have a completely new team and you're trying to run a completely new system. Like, you need these guys to get used to what you're doing and being in the same roles game after game so that they can adjust and learn. And, I feel like as the season goes on, as long as they stick with one of these guys at point guard, or even if it's just, rotating Wilcher and Pope at the point, who starts depending on the matchup, whatever, but they both play like a similar amount of minutes and they're both running the point and trying to move the ball up the floor. I think it'll get better. But you're right. You really don't have that guy that can just be the electric, like, move the ball up the court and in a split second find the open guy and get the offense moving super fast. And I don't necessarily disagree with Zay that, like, you want the ball in Dalen Swain's hands a lot. It's just once you get it up there,
yes,
I want the ball in his hands.
I want him sprinting up the court, being the guy to get that pass.
Exactly. Yes.
I want him to be the second piece of that, not the first piece.
Yes, exactly. Like, get the ball into his hands so he can make a cut to the basket and get a layup, or be there in the corner when nobody's on him to shoot a three or whatever the case.
By the way, also 2 for 4 for 3 against in this game. If he can hit threes at that 40%, he's at 50% in this game. If he hits 40% of his threes, he becomes a way better, more important player for Texas.
Yeah, and also I really like Modest. I think he's awesome, and he's only getting started too. I think he's going to get way better. And that's the thing about the college game too, man. Is like if you've got a big guy that can just bully people and has a little touch around the basket and doesn't get pushed around, it makes things so much easier. And I know it's kind of the antithesis of what, like, the system you're trying to run is when you got a big, what is he, Slovenian or
Lithuanian?
I know that's kind of the antithesis of that, but it's so nice to have. And when things do get a little bogged down and you can just throw it in there to the guy and he can, back a guy down and get a basket, like that's such a sense of relief, because that's something this Texas team hasn't had in the last few years.
Oh no, and I think that is kind of a really big piece. Is, if you can push the ball up, fine, but when you can't, what are you gonna do in the half court? And it feels nice to be able to have him have something and be able to do that. So
yeah, and it completely changes the way that the opponent defends you as well, because they know that if you don't have a guy like that, then they don't have to defend you the same way. Whereas if you've got Modest down there just getting bucket after bucket, it's like, all right, well, we need to have a guy back here. We need to have a guy help out on the backside if we need to like double team him. Where it completely changes the whole scheme defensively if you've got a guy like that on the floor. So I'm excited to see what he does for the rest of the year.
Yes. And Temple, it's Lafayette Leopards. The Lafayette Leopards. Any guess what state the Lafayette Leopards are from, Matt?
I've got 2.
Okay.
2 guesses.
All right.
My first guess would have been Louisiana.
It is not Louisiana.
But they pronounce it Lafayette, not Lafayette.
Well, I'm just pronouncing it, so.
Yeah, well, okay. But it's my guess is Indiana.
Pennsylvania. Easton, Pennsylvania is the correct answer. Yeah, one of those ones where you're like, yeah, I don't. What was the other Pennsylvania school that there was one that we played somebody earlier this year and they were from there. I can't remember. It was like California or something. It was something.
Yeah, it's like California University in Pennsylvania or something.
Yeah, it's like the California Vulcans, I believe, or something like that.
Yeah, but they're in it's like somewhere Pennsylvania.
Yeah. So the Lafayette Leopards there was not expecting those to be much of a fight for them, but yeah. And then Fairleigh Dickinson we play on Wednesday, so Texas will get another chance to go, and then play Kansas City. Yes, Kansas City is Kansas City Roos or
IUPUI, Indiana University of Pennsylvania, or whatever it is.
Indiana University, Purdue University Incorporated, where the great George Hill came from. This is the only reason I know what it is because George Hill was out of there. But I remember on draft night, the people not knowing what the hell that school was when the Spurs drafted George Hill. But yes, the Kansas City Roos on Saturday. Yes, you're correct. They've scheduled some weird ones early. I'll tell you that. They scheduled some weird ones early for sure. The University of Indiana of Pennsylvania is where Temple went. And, all right. There's a lot of weird schools out there. There's definitely
Especially
a lot of
in
weird.
the Midwest.
Yeah. They're just like, we're just calling them anything. We're good. We'll trick them into coming here. Matt, over the weekend, lots of good football happened, even with Texas not playing. We still got to see plenty of good football happening. And I want to get your take on some of these games that we got to see. We saw USC maybe have a little bit of early trouble with Northwestern on Friday, but win that 38-17. But let's start off with a game that you had somewhat predicted, Matt. One of the crazier games, but a game that you would put upset alert on and say, keep your eyes on it. And it is Indiana, Penn State.
Yeah.
That is Indiana has the craziest, like how you don't knock that guy out of bounds and let him come perfectly back down and land his foot in bounds blows me away.
Well, that's why you're Penn State and you've lost your last 6 games.
I mean, the ghost of James Franklin is there. That they lose this game 27-24. What did you think about the Penn State putting up a fight and showing that this Indiana team probably is somewhat of a paper tiger?
I've always thought that Indiana was a paper tiger because I think the Big Ten is full of paper tigers and the teams that aren't paper tigers are tissue paper. So it's a very overrated league in that sense. I think that Indiana has shown that they tend to struggle against lesser competition in a difficult environment on the road. They played up against Oregon, who I also have a bunch of questions about Oregon after this weekend as well. But it just Penn State had it, and then they just let it slip through their fingers at the very end. They played so well for so long in that game, and to let them just drive down the field like that and give Indiana credit. There were some incredible catches on that drive. The one by the tight end on the sideline was unbelievable. The one in the back of the end zone was unbelievable. I think Gus Johnson went a little bit overboard with his reaction of that touchdown. It was like, give Fernando Mendoza the Heisman. Like, he didn't play that well through the first 3 quarters. Really for the first 4 quarters, and then he just had a good drive at the end of the game. And it's a team that's not going to make a bowl game. Let's kind of relax here a little bit. But Penn State, I think, had the recipe for what you need to do to beat Indiana. They played tough defense. They ran the football pretty well, and I don't think they turned it over too much.
Yeah, so, I mean, at the end of the day, this is the one where you see more of Indiana being the team that you're like, you're not going to win 3 games against ranked opponents. You're just not. There's no way you're winning 3 straight games against ranked opponents. You can't beat bad teams sometimes. You're having trouble against you don't schedule anybody, and so we're going to be there. There's no way.
Yeah, I mean, I know that you can't necessarily, and Temple of Brutus, this is kind of my point that I was just about to talk about. You can't really measure stuff by the transitive property of college football, meaning that just because one team is really successful against a certain team doesn't mean that another team is going to be successful at doing the same things, because it's different players, it's different environments, it's different mindsets, all this different stuff. But the way that Ohio State was able to just walk in there and beat Penn State like a drum.
Yeah.
And then
Indiana, hard first half. It was like a 3-point game at half or something like that. But then
Yeah,
but they destroyed them.
Yeah, they made some adjustments and they destroyed them. Indiana just doesn't have the players that Ohio State has. And they play really hard and they play really smart and they play really good. But that's only going to get you so far. And that's why, like, a team like Texas, for example, who, they played piss poor against Kentucky and Mississippi State, but they've also beaten 2 top 10 teams. Like, they can beat ranked opponents because they're talented enough at every position to make it happen if everything goes the right way.
Yeah.
Indiana has a ceiling. And it's a kind of a low ceiling because it's the, it's kind of hard to measure because it's the Big Ten, but it's a low ceiling. And Ohio State's ceiling is the freaking moon. Like they're way up there. I find it very hard to believe that Indiana can win in the trenches and win in all 3 phases of the game against any SEC team.
Yeah.
That is in the playoff, or Ohio State, or Miami. Like, I think Miami would beat Indiana like a drum if they played their best football. Notre Dame too, I think, would beat Indiana. Like, most of the teams in the in the college football playoff, outside of like whoever makes it from the group of 5 or something like that.
Which is by the way, the seeding does matter because you don't want to give them one of those first couple seeds and have them play a nobody.
It would be so Kurt Signetti for them to like blow the final game of the year on purpose so that they get the 5 seed. So then they get to play like North Texas.
I would love it if they blew the last game of the season and then lost the Big Ten championship and the first playoff game. So they had this amazing season and then drop like 3 in a row.
That'd be nothing would make me happier.
It would make me, Texas winning a national championship would make me quite happy.
I think Indiana flaming out would probably make me happier than Texas winning a national championship.
Right now. They by the way, they play Wisconsin and Purdue. So you have to have that at Purdue be the last game of the season where you could get them in.
Yeah. It's possible.
It's possible. It could happen.
Purdue made it tough on Ohio State for 15 minutes.
The problem was that 15 minutes was in pregame. But no, so we saw that from Indiana. And then on the flip side, which, by the way, playoff committee, you should be watching this. Texas A&M walked into a game that we're all like, Missouri matches up well, and I get there in the backup quarterback, but this could be another game that we had a little upset and maybe something happening. Nothing doing. 38-17. Not a problem. I get they're not going to be ranked probably anymore in the college football playoff poll. Missouri probably falls out of that now because they took another loss. But this A&M team is wildly better than Indiana. Just say that for the record. There is not a doubt in my mind that this Aggie team is not better than Indiana. If you want to have the Ohio State discussion, it's different than me, but it's not remotely close. A&M would beat Indiana by 5 touchdowns. Like, I don't think it would be close. And I don't like the Aggies. I don't want them to be this good. I hope Texas smokes them by 50 when we play in the last week of the season. I've told you my ideal moment to ruin Aggies' lives is them to be undefeated until the final week of the play. And then Texas beat them. But then we meet again in the SEC championship game, and then we beat them. And then we meet them in the playoffs, and we beat them. And they have 3 losses, and all are to Texas. That would be the funniest thing in the world to me. But
I'm not sure that it's mathematically possible for those things to happen, but I would love it.
Because if they lose, because the reality would be, as long as they're on the other side of the bracket, or like they're on the same side of the bracket, they can end up playing each other in the playoffs. And A&M can take 2 losses and still make the playoff.
You know what I think would be even more awful for them?
What's that?
Was if Texas played them and beat them in Austin.
Yeah.
Played them and beat them in the SEC championship. And then played them and beat them in the national championship.
Oof. But then they made a national champion. I don't want them to make a national champion.
To be that close and then lose.
They'd have
Texas.
They'd have a banner for it.
Oh, probably.
I would claim something. I don't want to give them that. Like, they can't have that close of it. They're going to have a banner for making the playoffs this year. We all know the banner is going up for just making the playoffs.
Nothing would hurt A&M fans more than losing to Texas in a national title game.
Oh man, that it might be dangerous in them streets. If that were to happen.
It would. It'd be dangerous in that stadium. I wouldn't even want to go cover it. I mean, I would, but the riot's going to break out.
Oh man. All right, but yeah. So we saw that Texas A&M though, no problems, and I get it. It's a backup quarterback from Missouri. I get that, but we thought Missouri would have a shot in this game, and they just didn't really.
It wouldn't have mattered if Bo Pribula was in that game.
No, I don't think it would have.
A&M just beat them like a drum on both sides of the line of scrimmage. Marcel Reed played fine. Like, he didn't even have to have a fantastic game. And they just ran the ball all they wanted. They did everything they needed to do in the passing game. They gave up a couple of big runs, but, like, that happens. That was the best offensive line and the best defensive line they've played all season long. And they made it look like nothing.
They're
saw really good.
Yeah, they're playing great football. I don't like it. They're cheating. We know they are. Guys, can somebody launch an investigation into how they're cheating? I know they have to be. Something's happening. Alabama takes care of LSU. Another one we thought maybe there would be some pieces to lead to an upset. I didn't necessarily believe that. Matt believed that. Bruce believed that. I did not. I thought Alabama was going to be match up well against this LSU team because LSU just has not played well all season. Part of that's Brian Kelly. I don't know how much they have left in the tank. It doesn't feel like it feels like Brian Kelly killed the love of football in them, and it's not back. Like, I don't know if it's back. So I that one did not surprise me a ton. I mean, in all reality, too, LSU defense played pretty well in this game, but their offense, once again, is just awful.
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was really dumb to bench Garrett Nussmeier.
Yeah.
Because I don't think he's the problem. It's like benching Arch. Like, if you benched Arch, nothing was going to fix that offensive line or the lack of the ability to run the football or, your guys not getting open, like all those things. And he would have given them the best chance to win at the end. Like, Michael Van Buren had some legs.
Yeah.
I think he completed a pass or two. But, like, what happened when he had a wide open concept in the middle for a first down in a very critical part of the game? His receiver dropped the ball. He would have dropped Garrett Nussmeier's too. Like, he just dropped it. So, that's a questionable decision in my opinion, but whatever. It's LSU. I hope they lose the rest of their games and then hire Ed Orgeron again.
And yes, Joe, Brian Kelly is they offered me a buyout and I did not take it, shockingly. Want them to give me my $54 million. Screw the governor is what Brian Kelly said. Georgia gets a 41-21 win over Mississippi State. No issues there. They started out 21 points in the second quarter. Just kind of put that one away. Cowbells went silent. Brandon Walker 0-2. Starkville this year. 0-2 now.
I mean, good. It drives me crazy. If I'm Mississippi State, I don't let him come to another game.
No, but they just want the attention. Just want the attention.
Yeah, probably.
By the way, they weren't going to beat Georgia anyway. Like,
I thought they'd make it tougher.
I thought they would make it tougher too. I thought this defense or the offense of Mississippi State was able to get some big plays, and they just weren't. Their offense never got going. Texas Tech did what we expected them to do as well. 29-7 win over BYU. BYU clearly looked overrated. This wasn't shocking. This was exactly what we all thought was going to happen.
Yeah, and then I got really triggered after the game because the Locked On Big 12 account tweeted something to the effect of let me just find it because it drove me crazy. I work for Locked On, so I didn't say anything about it on social media. But the guy said, I've watched a lot of college football this year, and BYU is still head-to-head better than Oregon, Notre Dame, Texas, Oklahoma, Utah, and Virginia. I'll buy the last two. They beat Utah already. Virginia's whatever. they're better than Oregon, Notre Dame, Oklahoma, and Texas because what? Based on what? Because you just got beat worse than any of those teams have gotten beaten all year long.
Yeah.
You got beat by more points than Texas has lost by combined this entire season.
It's coping. It's coping, Matt.
It is coping.
It's coping. Yeah, that's one of those ones you just go, well, now I can't take your opinion seriously on a lot of things because that's a crazy take.
Well, I get it. Like BYU is a big part of their network and like gets them a lot of views, so it's probably good for engagement. But I told you before the game last week that BYU is a fraud.
Yeah,
they are.
We did see Oregon and Iowa play in a game where they both looked like Iowa for most of the game. It was bad weather. It was ugly. Oregon wins by a safety. That's Iowa football.
Yeah.
That's Iowa football. They won.
I was really pissed about that one.
That Iowa should have won it, but Oregon just kept playing, just kept going, and they were able to, pull it out in the end. And Iowa wasn't able to get the win at the end of this game.
Yeah, I remember sitting at dinner with it was me and my girlfriend and my buddy and his wife. And right before we left, I looked at the score app on my phone. And I was like, it said end fourth, Iowa 16, Oregon 15. And I was like, oh my God, Iowa won. And I told my buddies, like, dude, Iowa won. Oregon's out of the playoff now. And then we got out to the valet line and I got an alert. Oregon 20 or 18, Iowa 16. I was like, oh, dude, I lied. I was wrong. I'm humiliated. I'm the sports guy, and I told you the wrong score.
Some teams that wish they had better scores in the ACC, Virginia, Louisville, both losers over the weekend. Wake Forest takes out Virginia 16-9. California takes out Louisville 29-26. The ACC has officially eaten its own head. Miami did win. They beat Syracuse 38-10. Miami now back on the fast track to somehow finagle their way back into the playoffs just because everyone else is garbage in the ACC. Because Georgia Tech's got another loss coming at the end of the season, most likely. Now, if they beat Georgia, they 100% deserve to be in the playoffs.
Yeah.
But that feels like that may be the game. That Georgia Tech is like, does Georgia Tech? That would be really crazy if Texas beats Georgia, which, huge if. And Georgia Tech wins out until that point. That game could be for a playoff spot.
It could be. Miami is still 3, 4, 5, 6th in the ACC standings right now. There's 4 teams with 1 loss: Georgia Tech, Virginia, Pittsburgh, and SMU. Georgia Tech plays Pitt straight up, so that game will knock one of those 2 out. Virginia doesn't play any of them. They have Duke and Virginia Tech left, so they probably still are a 1-loss team. Pittsburgh has Notre Dame, Georgia Tech, and Miami. So, like, things are going to work themselves out because, but Miami's going to need to get some help. Like, they need SMU to lose another one. They probably need Virginia to lose another one. And because there's no way that the ACC gets 2 teams in unless Virginia Tech or Virginia wins the ACC and then Georgia Tech beats Georgia. That's the only way I can see it.
Well, but it doesn't matter who wins the ACC. It matters who's the highest ranked team, right?
Well, the ACC champion gets an automatic bid.
No. The highest ranked ACC team gets an automatic bid, right?
I'm pretty sure the champion gets in.
I don't think it is. I think it's the highest ranked ACC team. We'll have to look at that. But I'm pretty sure it's just the highest ranked team. I don't think they care about conference champions.
Well, we'll look it up.
I may be wrong about that. I may be wrong. Because that would suck if it's like Pitt gets in. You're like, Pitt's not good.
Yeah, it's the automatic bids go to the 5 highest ranked conference champions.
Okay.
So whoever wins the ACC is going to be one of the 5 highest ranked conference champions.
Okay, I gotcha. All right. And then the last game I was going to mention is Vanderbilt beating Auburn. This one, Vanderbilt once again had to come back in the fourth quarter to get back into this and then go to overtime to win 45-38 to keep their season and hopes alive of having a shot to backdoor into the playoffs. But come on, Vanderbilt. You can't just win some big games so it looks better that we beat you. Can't you just make this so we look better? Can you do that for us, guys? And Diego Pavia, huge game for Diego Pavia in this one. But this is like part SEC football that you're like, well, Auburn's not a bad team, but just Vanderbilt. This is what they've done. Elite pest, Diego Pavia. Say it again and again.
Yeah, Auburn was up. What was the score? It was pretty much back and forth. Auburn was up 30-24 going into the fourth quarter, and then scored a touchdown to tie the game at some point in the fourth quarter. Had a chance to win it, didn't get it. And then, but like, I wanted that one so bad for Auburn.
Well, you just wanted to embarrass Hugh Freeze.
Yes.
Nothing to do with Auburn. You just
and look, even before overtime, the score was 38-38 at the end of the fourth quarter. That was the highest amount of points they had scored since week 2 against Ball State.
I mean, yeah. You know who also had 38 points, Matt, other than Auburn?
Luka?
Kentucky.
Oh.
Kentucky had 38 points. 38 points for Kentucky against 7 from Florida. Good Lord. Good Lord.
Yeah, Florida's giving up.
Yeah, it's over there in Florida. All right, let's take our second break real quick, Matt. We come back, we'll wrap it up and see if you guys got anything else you want to throw in the chat. But I will come back and wrap it up here on a Monday edition of Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
Hi, I'm Hayden Covert. Welcome to Covert Buick GMC of Bee Cave, your home in the Hill Country for new and pre-owned Buick and GMC vehicles. With beautiful inventory arriving daily, including the GMC Yukon, Sierra 1500, and Buick Enclave, you'll be certain to find the perfect vehicle at an incredible deal. Our service department is also open for all your vehicle maintenance needs. Visit us today for a test drive. Covert, born and raised in Austin. We are professional grade.
Altstadt Beer, the best beer that you can find all throughout the great state of Texas. Y'all know I've been a fan of Altstadt for years now, and if you try it, I think you will be too. If you've already tried it, you know exactly what I am talking about. Altstadt is brewed locally in Fredericksburg, but available all over the state of Texas. So if you're tuned in Austin, San Antonio, Dallas, Houston, it does not matter. You can find Altstadt at a local grocery store or liquor store. They've got a bunch of different brews, something for every beer drinker out there. The lager, the Kolsch, those are their 2 flagship beers, both award winners. They are fantastic. The Altstadt Light sacrifices on calories but does not sacrifice on the taste. They've got great pills, tons of great seasonals as well. I'm telling you, one sip and you won't go back to the other beers you've been drinking in the past. It is the official beer of BK. It should be the official beer of you as well. It's Altstadt Beer. No impurities, no regrets.
Hey y'all, I'm Camille McKay.
And I'm Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations.
The old man and I are here to give you your summer weather forecast. It's hot.
That's right, kid.
Which means it's time for pool parties, grilling burgers, and taking a beach vacation, right?
Well, I don't know about a vacation, but Audiovisual brings more heat than any tropical destination.
It was worth a shot. I'll settle for some outdoor speakers.
You know, Audiovisual can do a lot more than that. We provide outdoor video screens, audio systems, landscape lighting, even solar shades for your patio to keep the Texas heat at bay.
Well, I'm sold. Let's wrap this up. I'm ready to lounge on a floaty and listen to some smooth jazz.
Well, that sounds wonderful, but some smooth reggae is the way to go this summer.
Good thing we can listen to both with the Sonos sound system. I call dibs on the floaty, though. Peace out.
Kid, wait a second. Give us a call at 512-255-8678 or visit us at avconsultations.com. That's 512-255-8678.
Back here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered, wrapping it up on a Monday afternoon. Chan said on the text line, Pope cannot play guard against good teams that he has to guard that have guards that loom over Pope. Let's not fool ourselves. This team doesn't represent the SEC. The team they just played, not Texas. The Lafayette Leopards do not represent. I agree that they do not represent the SEC. And no, hey, Chan, I'm with you. I don't think Pope is going to be like, you need Pope because he can hit some shots. You just need everybody on this roster to play a role. Because you just have to have them, but I do not think he should be your starting point guard most likely. You're hoping that Simeon Wilcher will be able to take some steps forward in learning the offense and playing better and maybe be that role. I'm with you. But at a certain point, you have to have a point guard who can play the position to make this offense work, or else you're going to have a lot of times where it looked just like last year, where they're all going to be looking at each other in the court and passing the ball off, waiting for someone to get open while no one else is moving. And they're only moving towards the ball, not away from it, not setting screens. And that happens too much in college basketball, not just Texas, in college basketball. It happens all the time. And so they have to have somebody out there who's a court general. They don't have it right now. It will be the same way offensive line is going to be a major offseason emphasis for Texas football. Point guard will be a major offseason emphasis for Sean Miller. I can tell you right now. The problem is they're expensive. We saw several of those pop up, and they know their value, especially one who can score. So there's, if they're gonna have to go out and try and find somebody. I mean, I'm fine. Go get somebody who can play some defense, but they're gonna have to figure out something here in the next couple of weeks because you don't play. You play Arizona State in a couple of weeks, and you can beat them just regularly, but it would really help to have somebody who can run that point.
Yeah, go get a point guard, please. I was saying that in the offseason. Saying it now, Patrick has agreed with me the whole time. Wish I could have gotten one, but they don't have them, so that's kind of unfortunate. I think I'm confident that Wilcher will be able to get there, though. I'm going to stay positive about that. If USC beats Oregon, Big Ten probably has 4 teams in the CFP. SEC only gets 4 because of Notre Dame. That's possible, I guess. I think if Oregon loses to USC, they're out, though.
Yeah.
Because they're already 9, and I have a hard time believing that would be the case. Also, Notre Dame's going to lose to Pittsburgh. So,
do you believe that?
I actually think it's possible.
Well, let me show you our meathead of the day, who does not necessarily agree with you that this is a must-win game or a big, maybe a big game for Pitt. To him, he doesn't care if they lose by 100. Here's head coach from Pitt, Pat Narduzzi, when he's asked if he felt like this game against Notre Dame was a must-win.
Is it a must-win for this team when it comes to something?
Absolutely not. It is not an ACC game. I'm glad you brought that up. It's not an ACC game. I gladly get beat 103 or 110 to 10 in that game. They can put 100 up on us as long as we win the next 2 after that. But again, our focus is on Notre Dame and getting as many wins as we can.
Oh boy, do I not want that guy as my head coach ever. Holy shit.
Matt, I don't know if you've ever segued better into a meathead of the day than that one right there, but
well, you're welcome. Does he not understand how college football works?
No, he does.
What's the point in winning?
The only way he's getting in is by winning the ACC championship. That's it. That's the only way he's getting in. So he's like, screw it. We don't care about being good. We don't care about winning games. We care about beating the ACC and back-ending our way into the playoffs. We could lose by 100 points and still make the playoffs. Ha, 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 your system is broken. Is what he's saying.
Okay. Let's play that out for a second. Just the idea of it, okay?
The idea of Notre Dame putting up 100 points. I like the end. My favorite part was the end where he goes, but our focus is on, and then he has to realize, oh, that's right, we're playing Notre Dame this week. So now I'd say my focus is on Notre Dame, not on the next 2 weeks. Even though I've just blatantly let you know I'm not caring about this week. We're caring about winning the ACC.
Yeah. So whoever wins the American Conference is getting in, right?
Yeah.
Navy, South Florida, Tulane, North Texas. One of those teams is getting in. Let's go to another conference. Okay. Let's play out the scenario where the ACC beats itself to death, right?
Yes.
There's like a bunch of unranked teams that are competing for the ACC championship or something, right? Maybe this year he will be able to get away with that idea, but there's no, like, we looked it up. There's no automatic bid for the ACC. It's just the 5 highest ranked conference champions.
Yeah.
What if the 10-2 San Diego State and a 11-1 North Texas are both ranked higher than
It could happen.
champion Pittsburgh?
It could happen.
So
Because
maybe
you lost by 100
that
points.
won't happen. Maybe that won't happen this year, but that is the worst mentality I have ever heard from a head coach.
It's really terrible on game week. If you weren't playing Notre Dame and you're like, we're 100% focused on the ACC because that's what we're doing this week, that's coach speak. To say I'm fine with losing by 100 points this week is insane from a coach to say on the Monday before a game. That's insane to me. But Pat Narduzzi, everybody, giving Pat's a bad name. All right, we got to get out of here. How about we'll be back tomorrow. We didn't even hit any NFL, so we'll hit some NFL tomorrow as well. But we'll watch Monday Night Football tonight. We both need the Packers to win to make our picks a little bit better.
I've had another rough week, buddy.
It's been I'm all right. I'm 3-2 right now. I'm doing okay. I go 4-2 if we get a Packers cover tonight. So we'll watch that. We'll come back, get into it tomorrow. But until then, be kind, be safe, keep your underwear clean. We'll see you right back here tomorrow for more